Okay, it's time. It's time. Yay! It's so like time. It's time. Hello. It's time to watch Dannos shorts again. So last time we left off at we left off at Shorts Wars Explained. So this time we're not gonna start here, and I don't know what that short is, so let me find oldest. Let me scroll for years and years. It's called Wiki. That's called Wiki. Okay.
Why do you always bark so often?
There we go.
More than anything. Why do they bark so much? Well, some people believe that they just get angrier a lot easier than most other dogs, or that
They're dogs.
That's actually not the case. Part of the reason has to do with the fact that they're high energy dogs. So they bark to release energy or because they need attention. Dogs actually have better hearing than a lot of other breeds. So a lot of their barking is actually due to hearing something from outside your living space, and barking immediately will alert you. It's their instinct to stay out of danger, and you're their primary protector. That's why they basically act like a although most of the time it's brain snapping or a car pet.
My dog cannot hear that,
Not
though.
really to fight intruders, but definitely on the line. Now you know. Why do you always bark so often? This is what record is purging YouTubers. Many challenge YouTubers, speedrunners, and pretty much everything on Dude Perfect all share a lot of the same video titles. World record is abroad. Oranges are white. This is what record is purging YouTubers. Many challenge YouTubers, speedrunners, and pretty much everything on Dude Perfect all share a lot of the same video titles. World record is a broad enough term, but for some reason, Genesis, the company responsible for handing out the world record,
not
decided not only to
Genesis.
take down any video that uses the title
Was
World
it
Record,
Sega?
they've also decided to strike channels, and this is horrible. YouTubers like Dude Perfect have tons of videos like this, and President said that he almost lost his channel yesterday because of the strike. If you don't know, YouTube strike badly damages your channel, and you're allowed free before it gets permanently deleted. So yeah, Genesis, this is kind of a horrible move. Threatening the livelihood of a lot of YouTubers, kind of like when the Fine Bros try copyrighting the term reacts, so no one else can use it. Genesis World Record is purged. Oranges are lying to you? This is the most upset I've been since the McDonald's McHire fiasco. So we all know that oranges, the fruit, are the same color as its name. And while the fruit came first and the color came second from old French and Spanish heritage, infuriatingly, the color is wrong! Confused? Let me explain. English isn't always right. It's pretty weird. There's some words that are the same but mean different things, like record and record. Words that don't sound like how they look, like gout and island. And words that look like they should rhyme but don't, like cough, rough, through, and though. But the worst thing English has done, names that are confusing for no reason. This is an orange. This is a tangerine. This color is tangerine. And this color is orange. In what world is this okay? I need to know who did this.
I don't know.
Why are we okay with this? I know what you're thinking.
Because
Yeah,
it's a color.
Does it actually matter? Yes, it matters. Well, it's
No.
not like it's the end of the world. Yes, it is. The world is entirely ruined because of this one fact. Everything is okay. Life is meaningless. That's it. That's for sure. I'm leaving.
Oh,
Yeah? Oranges are lying to you?
goddamn.
Where did cheese come from? A long time ago, around 8000 BC, the entire population mostly depended on either scavenging for food or using farm animals, including things like sheep and mostly goats, which could be used for milk.
Goats.
Wait, but
No, milk doesn't just come from cows. They discovered that by leaving the milk out in the sun for a couple hours, it would sour and then transform. And draining the liquids, they would be left with a brand-new substance, which would eventually evolve into cheese. Well, why was this so important? Well, while milk is definitely a great source of protein, it's also filled with lactose. And while we have a lot of people now who have trouble digesting it, lactose intolerance was a much more widespread problem back in the day. And when converted to cheese, great parts of milk were made without the downside of an abundance of lactose. Throughout history in Egypt and Greece, cheese was traded and held in high esteem, all the way until today, where we put it with macaroni, pizza, burgers, you name it. And now you know. Where did cheese come? What if you had no bones? Let's imagine your skeleton just up and disappeared and you became outright boneless. What would happen? Well, first up, obviously, you slosh immediately to the floor. All your organs floating about and your skin sagging flat as you just become a goopy pile of junk. Although we don't know exactly what shape you become because shockingly, this has never happened before. But medically, we're fine, right? Yeah, definitely. You no longer have the ability to move at all, and on top of that, breathing, you can forget. We breathe by compressing and decompressing our lungs, which needs the room that our ribcage provides. But no more ribcage, so our lungs are just completely crushed, which means we need a 24/7 ventilator. That's not the only thing being crushed, though, because a lot of our veins are under pressure too, giving us that tingly feeling in random spots, like when one of your limbs falls asleep. Also, the only way you can intake food is through a tube, so you don't have a job to chew anymore. Also, your brain is pretty much completely exposed now, along with the rest of your insides, so you better be careful. Although, look at the plus side, you can't break your arm anymore, I guess. But now you know the answer to. What if you had? What are those weird floating things you see when you close your eyes? Well, they're not actually atoms,
my
bugs,
God.
other
What are they?
microorganisms, or anything to be afraid of.
I
In reality, they're
need
simply
to know
tiny
this.
objects inside your eyes, such as red blood cells, tissue,
Huh?
or bits of protein. These are the small objects that are casting shadows into the back of your eye. Light enters through your pupil. The official scientific name is muscae volitantes, which translates from Latin as flying flies, but the unofficial term for them are floaters. Usually these objects aren't that
If
close
they're
to the back of your eye, which is why the shadow
shadows,
they cast is fuzzy and somewhat blurry most of the time. And when you move your eye around, the shadow moves with it, which is why you can never
if
look
they're
directly at it.
shadows,
And
then how are they colorful?
Interestingly, nearly everyone gets them, and it's pretty normal, although the intensity is worse for some people rather than others, unless it's like supermassive and interferes with your vision, in which case go see a doctor. Now you know, what are those weird floating things? Is Mario dead? According to this theory, Mario could be dead throughout one of his newest adventures, Odyssey. Let me explain. In the opening of the game, we see him mid-battle, fighting against Bowser, but ultimately he loses. The King of the Koopas launches him from an insane height, a fall no one could survive. And where does he wake up? The eerie Cat Kingdom with a bunch of ghosts. Kind of looks like a graveyard, doesn't it? And throughout the game, we see Mario basically possessing other bodies, only adding to the theory that he's not alive. Even darker, some believe that Cappy has possessed Mario's dead body and is walking it around like a meat puppet. So is this theory real? Yeah, probably not. Firstly, why would most people just become hats in the afterlife? Then why would Mario stay the same? Second, we kind of see him talk to like everyone throughout the game. And ghosts can't really do that. Third, it's a kid's game, and Mario doesn't look too ghostly or dead to me, except yeah, that's horrible. But yeah, I don't think we need to wonder. Is Mario? What if you were invisible? For centuries, humans have wanted superpowers, from flying to web swinging. But the one ability that's the most sought after, invisibility. But even if science were able to give us the ability to turn invisible, why wouldn't it work? While a chameleon camouflage suit seems pretty realistic, it's not real invisibility. To make the Harry Potter kind, it may not be so easy. The way we see objects is all based around light, specifically photons, as they reflect off objects and into our eyes. Sorry, too complicated. Basically, light helps us, which is our first problem. To make invisibility work, we would need to somehow bend light around our body. But in doing this with armor or a cloak, we would also be slightly bending the objects around us, getting us away. Also, if our eyes weren't getting light, we'd actually go blind. So we would realistically need to pretty much be a pair of floating eyes. Also, our entire bodies underneath the invisibility cloak would need to be naked. No, Ricky, don't.
What? It's in the script and the people want to see it.
No, no one wants to see it.
I beg to differ. There's already Ricky Roll 34 if you look it up.
Nope, didn't need to know that. Get out of here. But now you know. What if you were invisible for centuries? Does standing up straight really matter?
Don't get me started.
You don't know what you're talking about, Mom.
Maybe they do. Slouching over time can actually wear out your muscles and tense them up, making it harder and harder to ever stay straight. So when you grow old, you're stuck hunched over. It can also lead to multiple health problems, such as decreasing your lungs' abilities, and it can make us shorter. Science shows us that over time, humanity's posture as a whole has gotten worse for multiple reasons. While some of it is due to the height split over the years,
2026. Yeah. For me, I still have 2 hours left. For a lot of people that aren't in America mostly, we still have a lot of time. But yeah.
Now you know. Just standing up straight. Can portals actually exist? Ever since portals released in 2009, everyone has wanted to get their hands on a gun to make travel between two
I don't
distances
think we can.
instantaneous.
I don't think
Scientifically,
they
what
can
would it take?
exist.
Well, to start off, the closest possible comparison we have is wormholes. While mathematically they're similar to black holes, unlike black holes, we're not actually 100% sure they exist. But we do know how they would theoretically work. For those of you that don't understand wormholes, basically, hold on. Imagine Ricky needs to get from the bottom of the graph paper to the top. And he doesn't want to walk because he's lazy. Well, let's do this.
By 2025.
Wormhole basically takes the graph paper and folds it on top of it.
Whoa.
So how do we do this in real life?
Is that claws, Ricky? I think that was claws,
And basically manipulate enough matter and mass to destroy our planet each time we place a portal. So yeah, unfortunately, not only is the cake alive, but the portals are alive too. Now you won't have to wonder, can portals... The most insane conspiracy theories. Everyone has a brain, but these theories demonstrate that not all people use theirs to its full extent. So let's go through the wildest conspiracy theories on the internet.
Crazy.
1, the moon landing was fake. Well, yes, it's crazy that we were able to put a guy in a giant rocket and send him to the floating rock in the sky and bring him back home safe. People claim that this footage isn't real, except for the fact that it was 1969 and the camera technology or special effects needed to make this fake footage didn't exist yet. Remember, computers still look like this, and CGI looked like this. Yeah. Number 2, that pigeons aren't real and are government drones. Most people think this because we've never seen a baby pigeon. But that's not true. That's what Google is for. Yeah, my girlfriend says they're cute, but I don't see it. Number 3, people in 2023 think that the Earth is flat. No, they're still
Ew,
flat.
it's in the goo. It's
It's
in the goo. Ew.
Why is not a single person taking pictures of the edge? And where does wind come from? But these are definitely the most insane conspiracy. Things my mom says that kills my brain. My mom always asks why I never talk about her on my channel, so here you go.
There you
Smile at her.
go.
She's an amazing woman who I love very much, but she also says dumb things a lot. Here's the worst one. Starting out simple, she calls a library a library, and a mirror she calls a mirror. Is that big a deal? It's just her accent, I guess. A lot of people do that. She has the usual trouble pronouncing words like entrepreneur and Caribbean, of which she says entrepreneur and Caribbean, getting a little worse. She made up some words. Like when something is off balance, it's wobble-gated, and instead of sopping wet, it's socking wet. But here's where it gets infuriating. For absolutely no reason at all, she insists on calling a McDonald's McFlurry a McFluffy. She knows what the real word is. She doesn't care because she says
That's
she needs
fucking
enough of them
stupid.
McFluffies. So they're McFluffies. The worst one of all, Spotify. No matter what, it's always Spotify. No reason, she just thought it was
That's so fluffy.
Spotify when she first heard it, and now it's officially Spotify in her mind. Again, I love her, but those are the things my mom says that kills my brain. Why 2006 was horrible for these two famous characters? Rayman and Sonic are some of the most iconic video game characters in history. Both have diehard fans and both get pwned by their video game studios. And in honor of Sonic Superstars and the Rayman DLC for Mario plus Rabbids coming soon, let's take a look back at the worst year for both of them, 2006. For Sonic, it was because of this monstrosity now nicknamed Sonic 06. Even though it was Silver's debut, there's not much else redeemable about this game. Sega rushed to release an unpolished, glitchy game. The art style clashed and a human princess kissed Sonic's dead corpse.
Ew.
Pretty much agrees this game was terrible.
Oh,
On the other side of the coin, we have Rayman and the release of his party game, Rayman Raving Rabbit, which, while I loved growing up with these games, it also meant that Rayman would be forgotten as Ubisoft's mascot in favor of the Screaming Bunny. And despite having two of the best games of all time, he'd slowly be forgotten and left in the dust. But now you know. Why 2006?
At least we got the Wii in
First things about
2006.
dating Danno. Danno and I have been dating for almost 2
With
years
Leia.
now, and Ollie's a great boyfriend. Everyone has quirks. Right, Rosie?
Tell me about it. My boyfriend made me hide rubies he stole in my car once.
Oh, man. So here's the worst parts about dating
That's
Danno. Not
just
only is his
fucking
music taste
crazy.
all over different decades, but he'll never let a song finish playing because his attention span is too short. Also, he has the worst memory. It tells me the same stories hundreds of times over, and he has to tell me every little
That's
fun
like
fact
my
about the movie while we're
friend,
watching it. Did you know
IRL.
that Zac from Shrek was also in Daddy's Home too? Or that the same man who directed Elf directed Iron Man and starred in it? And to also just be overall scatterbrained, like accidentally saying good morning to the Wendy's drive-thru worker when we go at 11 at night for his random craving. Although,
If
to
it
be
was
fair, my
12,
boyfriend has been a joke.
then...
Yeah, but he has a problem with that.
Hey, I only got caught once, okay?
But now you know the worst things about dating.
Is the moon floating away? You may have heard this rumor growing up or spread around the internet, and I'm here to tell you, yeah, it's actually true. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Yeah?
How about I turn on the new 3D mode that we've been working on?
Sure, why not?
Whoa, it even gave me a spacesuit.
Alright, well, we all know the moon spins around
Dude,
the Earth,
I
but if
didn't
we
know
look at it from
that.
the top, we can see that the Earth spins way faster, leaving the moon to play catch-up. What this does is effectively change the moon's trajectory.
That
and
was
it's
barely
pushing it
3D
further and
though.
further away from the Earth. So does this mean that soon the moon will disappear? No home for the rabbits to get to and nothing for Gru to steal? Yeah, no. The moon is only floating a little bit away from Earth each year, to the point where it'll take billions of years to leave Earth. In fact, we'll be dead long before that happens, and the sun will be a red giant. The moon is only floating a little over 1.5 inches away a year, so less than Ricky's cannon height.
Well, yeah, but remember when we went to Paris? I was like
Okay,
2 feet tall.
so this
Yeah,
year,
wait, you think size change?
There's a lot of things you don't
it's
know
an
about me.
inch.
Like what? Whoa, you can still teleport? You can just do that now? Whatever, now you know. Is the moon floating away? Where do clouds come from, and why are they shaped like this? Well, firstly, the reason we have so many
Because
clouds in the sky, and the reason it's so
clouds-
rare to see a completely clear day, unless you're like me and live in California, where the sky is always clear to give the sun its best shot of setting it on fire. The reason there's so many
Okay,
clouds
I
in the
need
sky
to
is
add
because
that
there's so
to
much
the
water
word.
on the planet. In case
Yeah.
you forgot about the water cycle you learned in 3rd grade, the sun heats up the water goes up, but the higher it gets, the colder it gets until it starts to form clouds. However, interestingly, the amount of water and the temperature it is changes how long it takes for the water to change, which is why clouds are all different kinds of shapes. And if there's whole lot of water in one place, it can form storm clouds. Well, why is it gray? Well, too much water packed together means that no light can get through the cloud, causing its darker color. And obviously, if there's an excess of water in the perfectly wrong conditions, the cloud can...
Oh.
Stop being dramatic, but now you know. Where do
He
clouds
died.
come from,
He
and why
fucking
Why
died.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza will never exist in real life. All of us imagine how scary seeing a real-life Freddy animatronic would be, and with franchises like Chuck E. Cheese on the brink of bankruptcy or past the point of
This
bankruptcy,
aged very well.
times, a lot of people have questioned why Scott Cawthon doesn't buy these restaurants and transform them into a real-life Freddy Fazbear. It would attract a whole new audience and breathe fresh life into animatronic arcades. Well, sadly, Scott has come forward saying he would never do this. And while it's upsetting to hear, his reasoning is actually valid. He said that he'd never make a real version of the restaurant because he's sure that there'd be some sick freak out there who tries to recreate the events of the game. You know what I mean. The killings and the stuffing into animatronic suits, and to be fair, yeah, he's right. While I do believe that humanity is good at heart, there's definitely some crazy people out there.
No, humanity is terrible.
Maybe
You
Blumhouse
said
to do
it
a temporary
yourself.
pop-up restaurant to promote the movie? But sadly, that's... What's Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? Why can't we live on Mars? Have you ever wondered why it's taking us so long to jump planets? We've already sent people to the moon, and Mars is our sister planet, then how hard can it be, right? Well, you'd be surprised. There's actually a lot of problems we're gonna need to face before we can make it. Here's a couple. First up, travel. The moon is only around 200,000 miles away. No quick trip, but a short journey compared to Mars, which is 200 million miles away. Meaning it would take around 7 months. And right now, humans just aren't equipped to handle being in such a confined space with the same people. We managed to make it there with our sanity intact. Next, we've got to deal with the immense radiation. The fact that there's no food or water on the planet, and that the oxygen is 0.16% of what it is on Earth, meaning we can't breathe. Spacesuits and food we pack for the journey can only get us so far, but to make any environment truly livable is an entire
Spacesuit on radio, wow.
Maybe meet a couple aliens and people will look back and find it hilarious that we had to ask, why can't we live on what you could do with $5 billion? We see people like Musk and Bezos with billions of dollars, but a lot of us just can't comprehend how much money that is. For reference, 1 million seconds is 12 days, but 1 billion seconds is 31 years. So what could you buy with $5 billion? Well, starting off small, a Major League Baseball team is only around $900 million. So you could casually pick up 5 of them, or you could buy around 100,000 new cars at an average price of around $50K. These are small things, though. Why not take it a step further? The White House is estimated to cost around $398 million.
Discord goodbye. Okay. Fine. Why are there 4 though? I'm not sorry for everything though. You aren't. You really aren't.
With some money still left over. The ultimate question, how long would it last you? Well, if you somehow spent $1,000 a day, it would last around 13,000 years before going broke. Insanity.
Yeah.
Now you know what you could do with $5 billion.
That's a lot of years.
Hi everyone, this isn't a joke. I live in California, and while I'm not telling you my exact location, so don't get swat. Basically, I'm on the front lines against Hurricane Hillary. A storm that's pretty much gonna flood everything in California and Mexico. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but it is gonna be pretty dangerous. With its top speed being 125 miles an hour as a Category 4 hurricane, thankfully it's decreased now to being Category 2, which is still dangerous, but not like running high levels of scare. Although I'm not the only one who just had no idea California could get hurricanes. I've lived here for 19 years, and this is news to me. Apparently the last one was over 80 years ago. My God, I'm making this short to let you know.
That's a lot of years
So in the next couple
ago.
days, either my Wi-Fi went out, I'm evacuating, or I'm dead. But maybe share this short around and drop a like and comment for the algorithm, so that way everyone knows why Dan Andrade went missing. Or so my channel doesn't die if I can't upload the next few days.
This is punishment for you for not giving me a raise.
Well, look at the bright side. California's drought won't be a problem for a couple years, and all the grass will be green for the next couple weeks anyway. I just had to tell you that I'm...
Okay. First, description. August 29th. Check it on screen. Fine. Okay. This channel. I hate 6-7. It sucks. I am. There's worse. What is this?
I'm sorry. Okay, guys, I am sorry for everything I've done. Look, I'm not gonna try to make this video sound fake or anything. Look, I've done a lot of things and stuff, even though I claim to be peaceful and stuff, but as it's almost 2026, I want to try to just make better videos and stuff. and I just want to be a better person. And I'm sorry to everyone, and I'm sorry to the people I've hurt and stuff. And I'm sorry to the people that hate me, like Dan Pal, Aiden, I think Logan as well. I'm sorry to all of you, and
There's so many more.
I'm gonna try to improve
Book
as a person.
guy.
And I'm sorry for anything bad I did in the past to you
Other
guys.
people.
But not to make this video too long, I'm just sorry for what I did. And I hope you guys could forgive me for what I did, and we can move on. But yeah, now you know.
We're gonna move on. Description. I promise I'll be originally for asking to give me the description of that. I accidentally gave it to you. Okay. You can't say you're sorry for that when you're changing the story again. You first said you gave it to him because you looked up to him. Then you said, "Oh, my friend was on my account, and gave you it." And then you said, "Oh, someone hacked my account and gave you it." And then you say you gave it to him. And then you say it's your friend again. And now you say you gave it to him accidentally. Gave it to you. The reason why I will truly wanted it back. Great grammar. Is because during times when I felt sad or alone, the Discord server was kind of like a comfort zone for me. No way. I was not. No. That's just a lie. And didn't really do much anything that you know. Really, know. I really did like me and stuff, and I understand my reputation and stuff. But if you didn't see me, it was kind of shame. I hope it makes you at least kind of change your trend, at least, and make you less hate me. Make you less hate me. Oh my god, the grammar. If that makes sense, it may be my friend. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much, but maybe acquaintances would be nice as I feel lonely. That barely made sense. I'm now going to take responsibility for my actions now. I gave him the service. Oh my god, he admits it. He fucking admits it. Indigo admits it. That's fucking wild. Okay, will this work?
It's new.
Oh yeah, I need to see.
It's New Year's.
I need to see. First, there's
I'm
a
sorry.
comment.
Okay.
What is this comment?
Guys, I'm
gonna
sorry
be a
for
problem
everything
robot
I've
bee.
done. Look,
What the
I'm
hell?
not tri-
What the fuck does that mean? It's a New Year's Eve.
Why I want to punch and beat up a child?
Whoa,
Okay.
Indigo,
some of you don't know.
Indigo, you want to do that? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think you changed. I think you got worse.
It's New Year's.
I
Yeah,
think you got worse.
Yeah, it's New Year's Eve
God.
today. And you know what? As it's almost 2026, I have a few updates. First off, whoa, I got a new background. How crazy.
That's one.
2, wow, better animation.
It's not better.
3, new sprites. And
They're a sister.
lastly, I'm gonna be a better person. Yay!
Well, you are.
Redemption. Whoa, redemption arc. But yeah, seriously, check out the Discord.
Not a redemption
Link in the
arc.
comments or in the
The
description.
6-7 video
And
is
yeah,
rage bait.
but
You
now
you can't just say
know
everything is rage bait.
why I wanna punch and beat up a child?
I'm screen recording that. Print screen. Okay. Video. So this. Start.
Why I wanna punch and beat up a child?
Saving that. Saving that. Saving that.
Why I wanna punch and beat up a child?
There we go. Pete, saving that. Oh
It's
my
New
God.
Year's.
Holy shit. I'm saving that forever.
I'm getting hit with
Ah,
I'm getting hit with a hurricane today. Hi everyone, this isn't a joke. I live in California, and while
Oakley Dokley, oldest. You just scroll. He needs a scroll. The 6-7 video is pre-recorded. I finished it today. Whoa. It's pre-recorded. You said that already. Oh wait, this is short for season 2. What the hell? Okay. This one.
I overreact. Most popular song in the world. Really, everyone loves music, and what's cool is that
That
everyone's
is,
music.
I don't think that's it. Oh my God. I made it before I redeemed. You did not redeem yourself. Okay. Did I survive the hurricane?
I overreact. Where did Wayne Rings come from?
Fuck?
Is Marvel Studios suffering? Where hot dogs came from? They've been around a lot.
What the actual fuck? Like, literally, what the fuck? I changed a little bit. Yes. Like, 2%. Okay. If it doesn't give this video, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. No, I'm not.
Where did Wayne Rings?
What the fucking hell?
Why can't we live up what you could do with 5? I'm getting hit with a hurricane. I
Okay.
overreacted. I'm so done. Hurricane Hillary, get this. The news for the past week is saying, everyone, you're gonna get hit by a tropical storm. Be prepared to run for your lives. So my family is ready to pack up all our valuables and sprint in. Honestly, it's like assassins were hunting us down and we had 12 hours to get to the safe zone or something. So we're all inside our house ready for the fight of our lives against this hurricane. When the rain starts and oh my gosh, dude, I take showers with more water than it was raining today. That's not me saying I waste 2 hours in the shower. Although usually I do accidentally wash my hair like 4 times because I keep forgetting whether or not I washed it. But that's me saying it was nothing. They just completely lied. Normally news stations sugarcoat things or slightly over-exaggerate, but no, this was a flat-out lie. It's like they said, hey, prepare to die, you're getting hit by a car tomorrow. And then instead of an actual car, a 5-year-old rolls his top wheels into your foot. So yeah, fine and kind of annoying. I'll see you tomorrow because I
Do I have a chance at changing?
Hurricane Hillary, get this. The news for the
I
past
don't
week
think
is
so.
most popular song in the world. Really, everyone loves music, and what's cool is that everyone's music taste is unique, meaning it's really rare for people to have the exact same favorite song. But statistically, let's look at the most famous songs of all time. Streaming services don't have the exact same list, so aside from the top 3, it's kind of jumbled. But up there, we've got songs like Believer by Imagine Dragons, Billie Jean by Michael Jackson,
Imagine
Sunflower by
Dragons is
Post
so
Malone, and
ass.
Bohemian Rhapsody. But the top few of all time, round number 3, we've got Despacito by Luis Fonsi,
In my
number 2 is
opinion.
Blinding Lights by The Weeknd, and number 1 is Complicated. While streaming services claim that it's most likely shaped Pay-Per-View by Ed Sheeran, with nearly 4 billion streams per service. People like to say it's not actually iconic across generations. Forget that mostly young people use Spotify, leaving older generations to remember classic throwback songs. But the most recognizable songs among the generations, meaning if you just hum it for a second, most people immediately know it, at least in 1964, it's a small one. But now you know, the most popular song in the world, really, Mario's voice is changing permanently? A few days ago, Nintendo announced that Charles Martinet, the voice of Mario for the past 30 years, would be stepping down from voice acting and instead become an ambassador for the character. Which means that Mario, Luigi, Wario, Waluigi, and all their baby counterparts are gonna change, since Martinet voiced all of them. Interestingly though, some people pointed out that in the new Mario game, Wonder, Mario sounded slightly different, and now we know why. Charles Martinet is not involved in the game at all. Although some people were actually tricked and just believed it was him putting a slightly different spin on the character, which bodes well for whoever the voice actor is. Well, I'm really sad to see him go, considering I grew up with Mario, and he said he wanted to play the character until he died. I find it fitting that his last ever performance for Nintendo was as Mario's fault.
2 hours
now you're
left.
updated on how
Or an
Mario's
hour
voice
and
is-
40 minutes.
Are you worthless? Have you ever been minding your own business when some dummy comes up to you and says, "Hey, you're worthless"? Well, I'm here to tell you
That's
exactly how
fucking
much you're
stupid.
actually worth. Black market value for your body parts vary, but here's the estimate. Your cornea is around $19,000, meaning you could sell both for almost $40K. Your skeleton is worth $6,000. One of your kidneys is worth around $140,000. Your liver is worth around $137,000, and you can sell your blood for around $300 a pint. And since you can lose up to around 800 milliliters of blood before dying, you got a nice profit margin on your hands. If you're really tight on funding, though, you can sell your skin at $1 a centimeter or $8 a square inch. To put it in perspective, we have around 2,800 square inches of skin. You would make around $22,400 if you sold all of it, bringing our total to around $186,097. And remember, these are just
I have
estimates.
so many
Leading out to tons
screenshots
body
of
parts.
you
Next time someone
saying
says you're
bad
worthless, now you know the
things
truth, and
about
you'll never have to ask
stuff
yourself,
in the
are you
dark.
worthless? Can bananas actually kill you? You always hear eating too much of anything is going to kill you, but that eating too many bananas will literally kill you. A lot of people are afraid because they've heard that
We're
bananas
friends
are somehow
again.
radioactive.
When were we
Not like in the
friends
cool Spider-Man
before?
movie. And while it's true that they're radioactive, here's the full truth. The radiation dosage needed to risk killing a human is around 4,000 millisieverts, and a banana's radioactivity is around 0.1 microsieverts, meaning you would need to eat 40 million bananas before you were able to die of radiation, which is kind of impossible because that's around 13,300,000 pounds of bananas, give or take. Normal humans will need
And not it was
1,996
rage
pounds of food
You
a year on
can't
average.
call
It would take
everything rage bait, you
6,663
dumbass.
years to eat enough bananas to kill you from the radiation. So snack away. But now you know. Can bananas actually? Shorts Wars 2 was almost canceled. If you don't know
friends
what
2
Shorts
months
Wars
ago?
is,
No,
basically
we
it's a collab
weren't.
between me and a couple other shorts creators where we made a big overarching storyline. There was puzzles and epic anime fights, and hey, that's made a video on it. But yesterday we almost canceled season 2, all because of one game, Mario Party. Basically, it was me, Johnny Bundun, and Failure live yesterday, and we were at each other's throats the whole time. Johnny beat us all by far. Apparently, he's just a Mario Party king, I guess. But Failure and I were neck and
Where
neck at
did
the bottom, and I
Failure
would have lost
go?
if Bundun didn't have a vendetta against Failure for absolutely no reason
where did
other
he
than to be
go?
entertaining. Seriously, every chance he got, he dragged him down. Even going as far as to throw mini games just because he was on Failure's team. So long story short, we almost tore apart our group, but of course, at the end, we remained friends because video games aren't everything. Also, Failure is just a really, really good guy and didn't let losing get to him. So everybody, comment respect for Failure. Hey, speaking of live streaming, I'm going live for the first time ever today. Link in the pinned comment. But that's how. Shorts Wars 2 was almost canceled. Where rock, paper, scissors came from? The simplest and oldest of hand games. Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. Where did it come from? By the way, hats off to Levy
With the
YTY. He's been
ART.
suggesting this for nearly 100 days. Well, let's rewind about 400 years ago to ancient
kinda
China, where they had a
quit
plethora
season
of rock,
3.
paper, scissors like games, including one with a frog, a snake, and a centipede. I don't know how a centipede can beat a snake, but whatever. Another with a magic fox, a leader, and a hunter. But the most popular hand game, Gen Gen, which is nearly identical to modern day rock, paper, scissors. Over time, this game spread all around the world, most likely because while not
Failure
everyone
just, like,
understands the magic
died
fox,
out
everyone's
of
seen a rock,
existence.
scissors, and some paper. Fast forwarding
Like, he
to
didn't
today, the game
actually
remains
die.
largely
He
unchanged.
died out
Everyone
of,
knows
like,
Rush Emblem. You played it since you were in elementary school, and now you can play it with a computer or a mechanical arm, and it's so easy even monkeys have been taught to do it.
Are you implying monkeys are dumb?
Not every monkey is a talking cartoon, Rudy.
Oh, yeah.
But now you
Monkeys
know. Where rock,
should
paper,
be
scissors
dumb.
came from? The simplest. Why are planets different colors? Have you ever taken a look at our solar system and seen just how diverse all the colors are? We've got all kinds of different planets and their moons. We've got our home green and blue. We've also got red, tan with white stripes, blue, a different kind of blue.
Not
this one that
talking
kinda
about
looks like a
Shorts
T-club,
Wars, I'm
etc.
talking
Well, for Earth,
about
we see land
Failure
and
in
think
general.
we've got green land and blue water, and every other planet is barren, right? Except a lot of it actually has to do with their atmosphere. Look at Mars. Its surface is already kind of red, with a variety of different rocks and dirt. But a lot of the dust gets picked up by the atmosphere, which reflects the sun's light. So that when we look at it from the outside, it's bright red. Jupiter's atmosphere is made up of hydrogen nitrogen, and helium. And clouds of these elements create shades of white, orange, brown, and red. So when it reflects the sun's light, it's these colors. Neptune and Uranus are blue because their atmospheres are made up of methane gas, so that it absorbs the sun's light instead of reflecting it. See the pattern? It all comes back to the sun and how the materials of a planet react to it. But that's why are planets different colors? Would you legally change your name for a lifetime supply of something? Well, apparently Subway expects people to. Recently, Subway made an announcement that if you legally change your name to the word Subway, you would be entered to win a lifetime supply of sandwiches. That's right, not even guaranteed to win a lifetime supply. You'd just be entered into a raffle. Shockingly, though, this isn't the first time it's happened. Klondike once had someone make their child's middle name Klondike for a lifetime supply of the ice cream bar. And Subway, once again, has had someone get a tattoo of the sandwiches for a lifetime supply.
And then
Fair, a
say
lifetime
it's
is like a long
rage
time, but still, it's shocking, right? Which begs the question, what would you do for a lifetime supply of anything? Comment below for a future short.
I'd get a face tattoo if it meant I'd get a raise.
Seriously, dude, it's getting old.
Yeah, and so is you being stingy.
I'm not being stingy, you're being difficult. I'm trying to say
You know what? That's it. If you don't give me a raise by tomorrow, then I'm going on strike.
You'll quit? Really? I doubt it.
Oh, yeah? Watch me.
Wait. Riggy? Would you legally change your name for a lifetime? Will Riggy ever get a raise? Everywhere I go on the internet,
Yes.
I always get the comment. Give Riggy
Yes.
a raise. Riggy deserves a raise. Did you see that mighty
Whoop.
episode, Riggy? Riggy should have my baby.
Yay!
Whatever. So will he ever get a raise? Well,
Hey, I'm done. We're almost at 2 million subscribers. We nearly hit 1 billion views, and I
The
still
music
haven't gotten a
goes, oh my
raise. So
God.
here's what we're gonna do. Everyone, change your profile picture on YouTube, Twitter, Discord, everywhere to one of these.
yeah.
Choose your favorite
These
color
are
and then
still
start the
everywhere.
revolution. Hashtag Raise Riggy. Make sure everyone knows that I
There
am
are
your
still
man. Tag me
people
on
with
Twitter
that
at
BFD.
RiggyRiggy and share
It
this
was
video to
fucking
everyone you
crazy.
know. Don't rest until
I
Daryl
even
hears
changed
the
my
message and gives me a
BFD.
raise. Till then, I'm going on strike. Don't stop commenting Raise Riggy on Dannos videos
No,
until we
I
win.
wasn't a
Raise
YouTuber
Riggy.
back
Raise
then.
Riggy.
So,
oh no,
Yeah,
this is gonna be bad. Will Riggy ever get a... Why bugs always fly toward the light? Seriously, bug zappers should not work as well as they do. Why do bugs always fly into zappers even though they know they'll most likely die, having seen their fellow flies and other creatures get zapped and land on the floor? Well, there's actually multiple reasons, and scientists haven't found out... Riggy? Scientists haven't found out... Riggy? Riggy, I need the science outfit. Where... Oh, okay. Scientists haven't figured out exactly why, but here's their theory. One, because if they see a clear shot to the light, it means there aren't any predators in front of them. So if they're outrunning a predator, they can book it straight towards the light and accidentally go too far. Another theory is because of UV light. Some flowers reflect it and light bulbs have it. Maybe they think it's food. Another theory with a lot of evidence is because bug zappers confuse their navigational system, as they always have their backs pointed toward moonlight and sunlight. So they try to point their backs towards the bug zapper and end up circling it until... Yeah, but now you know. Why bugs always fly...
now I
Where did
know.
emojis come from, and why are they called that? Well, surprisingly, they actually came out long before the iPhone.
Japanese
While they became
letter.
popular around 2010, they were invented in the late 90s, appearing on Japanese mobile phones after being inspired by the emoticons that people had created and shared on their own using keyboard symbols, such as this smiley face, this angry one, etc. The first ever emojis were drawn by Shigetaka Kurita after being inspired by symbols used in manga and Japanese weather forecasts. But why are they called emoji? Well, you'd think it has to do with the English word emotion, but that's actually a complete coincidence. It's really based on the Japanese word for picture, and the word or character for letter, emoji, emoji. And except for 2017, the world has loved these little faces, and we've been using them ever since.
Just like you used me.
Okay, you have to stop. The comment spam is getting so bad. Can you please come back?
Will I get a raise?
I'm working on something, okay? Give me a few more days.
So no raise?
No! Oh, come on! Where did
wait. Are this? Oh yeah, I spent Raise Ricky every day 2 years ago. Can I find one? Let's see. Oh my god. There's like no one with this profile picture. Oh, finally. Yep, there it is.
emojis come from, and why are they called that? Well, the most mind-bending illusions that will melt your brain? First, there's this image which is completely still. It looks like it's moving. In fact, there's tons of these, and they're all equally trippy. Dragons, eyes, and face follow you, just like those creepy heads in the Haunted Mansion. These two are some of the most popular, though. There's this weirdly drawn Triton, which doesn't actually connect, although it looks like it should. But this one actually won multiple awards. It's a regular staircase, right? But if you flip it, don't see it, blink it, you might.
Whoa.
That's right, the stairs are right side up again. Doesn't matter which way you turn it.
Hey, did you get rid of my graffiti?
Yeah, I know, it wasn't easy either.
Spelled fiery wrong.
On the camera, really? I can't loop shorts when you do this, Riggy. Well, anyway. Speaking of these trippy illusions, Superliminal is a game all about these mind-breaking sights. It's really crazy to watch, and I'm live streaming it today. Link below, or just check it out under my channel's live tab. But now I can't loop it. Thanks for nothing, Riggy. The most mind-bending illusions that will melt your brain.
Well,
The scream that every movie
you can't
uses is the
really
Wilhelm
be sure,
scream.
but
And it's appeared in so many movies, including an Unlimited 2, Toy Story, Star Wars, some Marvel movies, Poltergeist, Transformers, Beauty and the Beast, Avatar, The Incredibles, and in TV shows. The Boys, Family Guy, Breaking Bad, SpongeBob, just
okay,
a lot
so
of movies and
everything
shows,
that
okay? Why does Hollywood reuse the same sound effects all the time? Well, it originated in the
I'm a
1951 movie Distant
bored.
Drums.
No, I
The sound
really
effect
don't.
is entitled Man Getting Bit by an Alligator and He Screams. And it's used when a guy gets bitten by an alligator and screams. Well, the name isn't very creative, but I guess it gets the job done. But since it was expensive at the time to create new sound effects, Warner Brothers simply reused the scream in a few different movies around the same time in the 50s and 60s. The soundbite probably would have died there if it wasn't for 1977 Star Wars, where sound designer Ben Burtt casually stumbled upon the scream and decided to use it in the movie as a reference to the olden days. And from there, its popularity exploded as a reference in tons of movies. So much so that if you're a film student, you're most likely really tired of hearing it like I am. Wait, what's that beeping noise? What's that light coming from the back of the wait, whoa!
How's that for a scream, huh, Dano?
The scream every
So
movie uses
with
is
the
the Wilhelm
short,
scream.
I sounded like
So
Dana
many
Powell. What do you
The new
mean?
Mario game is cursed? With a brand new trailer for Mario Wonder dropped, and it looks kind of horrifying. There's the simple weird stuff like the cool transformations, slightly strange bits like the elephant form of all the characters, the pipes growing eyes, the wonder flower basically just being an acid trip, etc. But the real cursed stuff has to do with Yoshi. Which, yay, Yoshi is back, but also why do they eat things like this now? And why can they ride each other? Well, to answer the first question, even though it looks off-putting, it's actually a reference to classic 2D Mario art, even though it looks like that one guy, you know what I'm talking about. And as for Yoshi riding each other, as usual, the internet is overreacting. Because we've seen this before, and Yoshi's Crafted World, it does look a little crazy. Honestly, I'm just glad they brought back Nabbit. He's my favorite rabbit-like character of all time. You heard me.
Hurtful. You know what? You don't appreciate me. I'm gonna go find other short YouTubers to work for. If the art of your decision. Raise me.
Right, better from Magic Goes.
The new Mario
No.
game is cursed? How much blood can you drink until you die? Well, you can...
That's it. Today's the day. Either you give me a raise or I set fire to the graph paper, the camera, and everything in this general vicinity.
What is wrong with you? I just finished cleaning off all your paint.
I got it. We're almost at 2 million subs. I've been in over 300 shorts, and I literally saved the channel from Clone Riggy a couple months ago. But still, no
You
raise.
caused Clone Riggy. You accepted the sponsorship. You can't clean up your own mess and expect to get rewarded for it.
All right, fire in the hole. Wait.
Stop. Listen, I've been working on something for the past couple weeks, and it's going public tomorrow. Can I show it to you first, and then you can burn us down?
Sure.
Here, come this way.
Whoa! This is what you've been working on?
Yes, and if you weren't so busy begging for a raise, I could have shown you.
And we get to announce this tomorrow? Oh, boy.
Yep.
What?
My short.
What is it?
How much blood can you drink before you die?
Wait for key art. Okay, thanks for a new screenshot for the exposed doc. Thank you.
But now you know. How much blood can you drink until you die? Well, you can... I have a massive surprise.
Ooh, wait, Logan art. What the fuck?
I'm gonna do it.
Why?
Well, look over there. That's right. The official Ricky
Oh.
Plushie is officially available. That's all the best part now.
100% of our profits goes toward giving Ricky a raise.
That's right.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Only available for 1 month, so be sure to hack now. We worked with Makeshift to make this product truly stellar, and as a bonus, every single one comes with a digital sheet of accessories that you can print and cut out.
Buy a billion. I want money.
So finally, Riggy has gotten his raise, so we can finally come back to work.
Yep, the Ricky raise arc is over. Now time for a sequel. Give me another raise.
Link down here as well as in the channel bio, or just go into Makeshift's website and look up Riggy the Rabbit Monkey plush. But seriously, thank you all for 2 million subscribers. I'm grateful for all of you, and I really hope you enjoy this.
I thought I subscribed.
Riggy, I have a massive
I said I did
surprise. We hit 2
subscribe.
million. It's finally time to announce it in 3, 2.
Oh,
Is time travel possible? Theoretically.
fuck.
Is time travel possible? Theoretically,
Oh,
yes.
it's for
Although
the
it's not the
show.
kind you're thinking of. We've all wanted to go into the past and meet ourselves and stop them from doing dumb things. But as of right now, that doesn't look possible. However, traveling forward through time actually seems more realistic than you think.
Don't go
Most
to
ways of achieving it are far away.
Wait, this was before Tara was working on Toon
Time
Toon.
slows down to you while it keeps going the same rate.
So it's
This
not.
theory is actually tested by putting one clock in a
So
flame
it's
and going
not.
for a while, the
It's
other
a
one's
very
hard.
good
Yeah, the clock
factory.
in the
It's
flame
just
was
that.
actually
It's just
behind.
what.
Yeah, it slows down time. And if you were going at the speed of light, time pretty much stops for you. So when you got back home, you could be the same age, while the planet is in the far future, and all your loved ones are old or dead. Another way this may be possible is by getting close to a black hole, but not quite past the event horizon, since gravity moves different there and would have a great effect on the wiggly, wobbly, timey-wimey stuff from your perspective. And you'd still have just enough pull to get back out. Probably. That's pretty dangerous and I don't want to get in trouble. So don't try flying into a black hole. But now you know.
Is time travel possible?
Theoretically, yes. Although it's not the kind you're thinking of. We've all wanted to go into the past and meet ourselves and stop them from doing dumb things. But as of right now, that doesn't look possible. However, traveling forward through time actually seems more realistic than you think. Although the ways of achieving it are far from literally, because you'd have to be in space.
I was wrong?
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely make mistakes in videos. Usually not massive ones, but sometimes I get a date slightly off or I misspell a name. So I had a comment correcting myself. But a couple shorts ago, I got something so majorly wrong enough to have to make a whole short dedicated to correcting it. The most famous song of all time? I said it was It's a Small World, and while it's definitely up there, it's not the most famous. When I made the short, I went to the top charts. I just didn't mention Never Gonna Get You Up, All I Want for Christmas, or All Star, because I assumed we all knew they were on the top charts. But enough people showed disappointment that I'm including them here. Also, there's tons of Christmas songs that are world famous. When's the last time you met somebody who didn't know Jingle Bells? Even if they don't celebrate Christmas. But the most famous song of all time? Get out of here, Small World, not even close. This song is sang all around the world in tons of different languages, and I'm 99% sure you hear it at least once a year, so that you can be reminded that death is slowly creeping closer. That's right, it's Happy Birthday. I'm sorry I messed up. I'm definitely willing to admit that.
Happy birthday is a jingle.
Most dangerous pirate?
You think of a pirate, you imagine people like Jack Sparrow or that one animated pirate movie. And you realize that a lot of us have romanticized and even fallen in love with these killers, looters, and just overall horrible people. Seriously, imagine someone just doing horrible crimes and people still love them.
Well, at least a few.
Starting off, Edward Lowe has captured hundreds of ships and killed, murdered, and tortured hundreds of
Swifty,
people.
okay,
Henry Avery
cool.
was famous because he captured the flagship vessels of India. Instead of flaunting his
The
wealth, he simply
exposed
sailed off
tab.
into the
When
sunset
you
and
add
then
I'm
retired.
redeemed,
Valley
no.
was famous
I'm
because
not
his
adding that
lasted
because
only
you
1
aren't.
year. He managed to capture 53 ships and go down as one of the richest pirates in history.
Daniel
Although he
said
thought
in his
himself that the
Discord, the
pirate
Rates
profit
Ricky
stealing from the
Arc
rich
Season
ship
2 arc is
the
coming
most
in
famous
January
and feared
2026
pirate of all
weekend.
time, Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. Although really, there's no record of him killing anyone, instead relying on a carefully built reputation
Then
of fear
he
to terrorize anyone from trying to
confirmed
stop
that
him.
on Discord
Today,
this
I'm going live
weekend.
in Sea of Thieves
Fun
to see if
fact,
I can
Dannos
live up to the
Swifty
pirate legends myself. Link down here or in the channel's live tab. Now you know the most dangerous
Oh my
pirate.
god,
Think of a pirate, you imagine people
he
like Jaxo.
started
Mr.
streaming.
Beast ruined YouTube.
This is
Recently,
when he
Jackson
started
got YouTube
streaming.
veterans hooked up to a
Oh.
lie detector and said that he didn't like Mr. Beast. And that he ruined YouTube because he made it about views and not about having fun. Mr. Beast replied saying it was disrespectful, but what most news sources didn't cover is that they solved the problem. The drama should be resolved. But did he really ruin YouTube? Personally, I think the platform is better with Beastie on it. He uses
No,
this money to help people
it's
with only
not.
goals to entertain, and it's fun for him
It's
to try and make the most
worse.
optimized videos he possibly can.
Stop
However, I don't think
blazing
this is what
Mr.
Jackson's trying to
Beast.
say. In reality, I think it's more about the people that copy Mr. Beast that he thinks are ruining the platform. And yeah, they kind of are. No doubt the content is not only
Mr.
a lot less
Beast
creative,
ruined
there's a lot less
YouTube.
focus on personality and can actually tune an audience to create.
That's
Instead, everyone just tries to
no,
act like a game
that
show
is
host, and
not
it's sad. I
fair.
feel like it can't last forever. Beastie is the best of anyone in the
Oh,
shock and awe
that's your
category.
opinion.
I think one day people will get tired of seeing the copies, they'll only want the best, and the others will be forced to find their own style. Think I'm wrong? Just like how everyone loved Marvel movies, and then we got
That's
too many.
canon to what?
They know the answer to. Did Mr.
Oh,
Beast ruin YouTube?
Speaker is a
Recently,
trans
Uncle Jackson
person.
took out YouTube gaming veteran,
Why
hooked up to a lie
though?
detector and said that he didn't like Mr. Beast. And that he ruined
Yeah,
YouTube
you
because he
wanna
made it about
copy-
views and not about having fun. Mr. Beast replied saying he was
He's just
disrespectful.
copying other
My 1 year of
VLCs.
uploading, as of tomorrow, it'll have been 1 whole year since I started uploading shorts and really
We've
decided
seen
to give this channel my
we've
all. So I've got
officially
small special
seen
things planned, but I just want to take a
365
moment and
shorts.
appreciate all of you and what we've
Oh my
accomplished.
god.
2 million subscribers, 1 billion views, a plush that's just sold an insane amount, all in less than a year. You guys are the best. I appreciate everything you've done for me. You've genuinely changed my life. I grew up watching so many different YouTubers, always dreaming of having an audience like them, but I never really believed in myself or what I was doing. But all of your support and love and care makes me feel like I'm actually making a difference in the world. Thank you for watching every short, every long-form video, coming to the new stream every Saturday, trying to solve Riggy's lore before the series comes out. Truly appreciate all of your passion.
The series mentioned.
It may have been Queen Elizabeth's
Shut
death
the
that started my
fuck
YouTube
up.
career, but it was all of you who gave me those underrated. And you
Series.
should have more subs, comments all the way until now, where you all show special support and adoration for Riggy and I's work. Special for tomorrow. Don't expect anything too big, just a fun little nod to the past. Happy 1 year.
Hopefully does
Queen
it.
Elizabeth is dead, so what happens now? That's right, the first ever short on my channel was about the Queen's death, so let's redo it and see just how far we've come. The second Queen, Lizzie, kicked the bucket, the next in line took her place, which was King Charles, her firstborn son. But what if he couldn't take the throne, or if he didn't want it? Well, in that case, he's got 2 children, Harry and William. No, not that one. And if William didn't want the throne, it would go to Harry, right? Thinking him, third in line, accepted, would not only because Harry has pretty much quit the royal family, but also because William has 3 children. No, stop. And each of them would be before Harry, even though they're all around 10 years old. In total, the kingdom has around a lot of potential candidates in line for the throne. Speaking of the last video, I found out that one of the
become 12 again, I would rather
in line for the bloodline. They all just so happened to get assassinated at the same time, and they would start to pull from dozens of
I was
historical
so
descendants. There would pretty
fucking
much always be someone
stupid.
off the crowd too. Unless someone with a major vendetta just managed to hunt down every last one, then yes, Parliament would choose a new royal family, or just abolish the monarchy altogether. So you finally know what'll happen now that Queen Elizabeth is dead. I destroyed the White House? No, not literally. I didn't blow up the White House or anything, because that would make me a danger to society, and we've only got room for one of those on this channel.
Hey, yeah.
What I mean is that we just hit 2,070,000 subscribers, and the White House has 2,060,000, so we win! This isn't anything political, by the way. It's just fun between YouTubers. Subscribers isn't exactly a good metric of quality most of the time. There's tons of YouTubers with less subscribers than me who I know make better content than I do. And there's some channels with way more subscribers than me that make even less than stellar content. So there's no real point in competing between other YouTubers. However, it is fun competing against companies. One guy in his community versus a giant corporation, or in this case, the American government, is always fun. We've already passed up Google Maps, Google UK,
I don't
W,
know.
and we're nearly about to pass
Well,
Google Chrome.
eventually
Today we
I
passed the
would
White House,
get
so let's celebrate.
my
Subscribe
mind
so we can
up
try and beat
as
Coca-Cola,
a
or My Little
13-year-old.
Seriously, how did they both have over 4
But
million
it would be nice
subscribers?
to
We got a
not
long way to
age.
go. But now you know how. I destroyed the White
I would
House.
be fucking peeved.
Ricky's birthday is today.
Yep, I was born on this day back in 2001.
And today last year was also the first time he appeared in one of my shorts. So now he's... Wait, you're 22?
No, I just turned 21, dummy.
You were born in 2001 and it's 2023 now, you're 22.
No, you... Wait. Whoa, I'm 22!
Dude, how are you 3 years older than me, but you act like a child?
That's more fun that way? I don't know.
Whatever. To celebrate, we're gonna make a cake.
Woohoo!
You have the list?
Yep, right here.
Alright, let's see. 2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 2 eggs. Wait, did you change some things on here?
Only added some stuff from a old recipe.
Okay. 6 cups of sugar, 12 pints of ice cream, a pack of ketchup, some energy drinks, a whole cow, a demon? Ricky, what is this?
It's called Devil Food Cake. Emphasis on the devil.
Yeah,
That's depressing. Riggy age.
actually looks amazing.
Trust
Regresses.
the process, pal. Now all we need is a
Fucking
candle.
Riggy age
Time
regresses.
to make a wish.
It's Ricky's birthday is
That's when
today.
you put that
When
for the
honeybees
ring.
die when they sting you? You know that honeybees can only sting you once and then they're down for the count. But why? Well, while bumblebees and carpenter bees can sting multiple times no problem, honeybees are a different story. Honeybee stingers are basically like a grappling hook. See the anchor-like shape? It goes in and it's pretty hard to get out, so it usually
So
detaches from the
fucking
bees and they
annoying.
struggle to free themselves. But tragically, it's not a clean break, because the stinger is connected not only to their butt, but also a bunch of organs on the inside. So when a bee pulls itself free, it's basically separating from the lower half of its body and its inside. Think of opening a can of chicken noodle soup upside down and all the contents blop out.
Yeah, that was it.
And of course, they need their insides to function, because after a few minutes without their organs, they're...
Google what that
Now
means.
you know the
If
buzz
you don't
about
know what
when
that
honeybees
means,
die
I
when they
don't
sting
give a
you. You
shit.
know, the history of the Slender Man, one of the scariest internet monsters up there, along with Sonic.exe, Jeff the Killer, Freddy Fazbear, and Riggy. Joke, mostly. How did this faceless horror come to be, and why are people so scared of it? Well, let's rewind the tape to 2009, and a Photoshop contest on a website to make scary images. So
41,
Victor Surge uploaded a
we're
couple of
getting
these scary
closer.
pictures, some kids chilling at a playground, and this creepy figure chilling in the background. And as the internet goes, some people connected it to urban legends, others created their own theories and lore for the character. And then in 2012, a Slender game was released, and behold, you've got a mainstream horror villain. Some display him with creepy tentacles, some show him with mind control, but in my opinion, the best version is just the silent, stalking Slender that
I
makes
knew
your camera
that.
pause and your heart jump. Which is why today, I'm streaming Slender, the Arrival with my girlfriend. It's an early stream, like literally an hour or two after this video goes public. So come watch, meet my girlfriend, and see us get scared. No, I'm horrified. But now you know. The history of
Go
what school
Google.
grade skipped the letter E? Obviously, everyone knows that F is short for fail. Well, why is the grading system split up between A, B, C, D, and F? This system is so confusing, in fact, that most school districts don't allow letter grades on physical tests in elementary school, instead opting for flat-out percents or fractions because they don't want to confuse young kids learning the alphabet. So, what's with the confusing grades? You'd think in school of all places they'd want to keep the alphabet right. Well, it's not as complex as you might think. Some people believe it's because they just had too many letters and had to ditch one, and he just got unlucky. But in reality, it's because parents are dumb. Teachers would send failing students home to their parents with an E grade, and parents would be proud of their kids because they thought it meant excellent, even though it's literally the opposite. So he was ditched, and instead we got F for fail, flunk, whatever. But now you know. What school grade skipped the letter E?
You would not think it stands for excellent. My parents don't even understand my school's old grading system of competencies. which are better than letter grades, I swear.
Why do jeans have this tiny pocket? The answer will probably annoy you actually. Because while they used to have a purpose in 2023, now they're just annoying. Because whenever you're trying to get something in your pants, these stupid things get in the way. People think that originally they were invented alongside jeans by the old American gold rush in order to store gold dust because their main pockets easily got holes. Then the tiny pockets would keep their shiny substance safe. And while this may or may not have been true, the main reason actually has to do with watches. Not wristwatches, but pocket watches. See, it fits perfect. Pocket watches are not only a symbol of wealth and stability, but it also seems to be everyone's primary way of telling time, until just after World War I, where everyone made the switch to wristwatches, and eventually everyone made the switch again to our phone. Again, this was World War I, but jean companies still have this little pocket. Maybe they expect us to go back to pocket watches? I don't know. But now you know. Why do jeans have this tiny pocket? The answer will probably annoy you actually. Because while they
Unless, like, everything fucking
seriously, why are they so fast? It's nearly impossible to swap them, and it feels like they're the animal embodiment of the Flash. Speeding away when you barely move. Well, even though their brain is about 1,000,000 times smaller than ours, they've actually got other evolved traits to be able to dodge just efficiently, including heightened speed, maneuverability tactics, and most importantly, perception. First off, their speed is assisted by their very special type of wings, including halters. This weirdly shaped bit that can help them take off of surfaces in a flash. But their best evasive trait is their sight. Okay, first, just look at their massive eyes. Obviously, they've got great sight. But also, they've got tons of lenses and a 360-degree view of their surroundings. Yet these eyes would be utterly useless without their freaky brains, which basically gives them instant reaction time, meaning we kind of move in slow motion to them. So theoretically, if a mad scientist was able to mix these aspects of a fly with us, then yes, we would be unstoppable at any shooter. But now you know. Why flies are so hard to keep? Why do chefs wear these weird hats? You've seen these special chef's hats in tons of cartoons, reality TV shows, Ratatouille, but most likely not a whole lot in real life. So what's up? Well, these hats, known as a coq blanche, which literally translates to white hat, were most likely invented by Louis Antoine around 200 years ago. Although some people like to believe the legend that it was actually King Henry VIII that decapitated one of his chefs after finding a hair in his food. So the rest began wearing these hats to make sure that didn't happen again. But they're actually only used mostly in certain types of old-fashioned kitchens. Modern kitchens, for the most part, look like this, and the chefs don't wear any hats. But the ones that do, well, the hats are not only used to collect sweat from the forehead and brow, and to protect from hair falling off the head, it was actually used as a sign of status in the kitchen, where the shape and, more importantly, size dictated how vital you were to the environment. Head chef had the biggest hat, and his subordinates had smaller ones. Mine's bigger than yours, thank you. But now you know. Why do chefs wear these weird hats? Why Ronald McDonald died? Ronald McDonald is one of the most famous mascots out there, along with the likes of Mickey Mouse, Tony the Tiger, the Tiger Guy, this being particular, and Peanut, the Chicken Man. I don't know. Why is it that he's just kind of gone now? Well, no, it's not because of the whole Grimace thing. Ronald McDonald originated in 1963, and back then clowns were all the rage. So obviously McDonald's made their clown look the best. Well, this is horrible in every way, and I hope it dies. This was the very first version of Ronald McDonald, and although he's horrifying, he's evolved over time. And as he evolved, the McDonald's brand grew, even spreading internationally and making him the most famous clown out there until things like It came along, making clowns absolutely horrifying. As well as a couple killers like to dress up as clowns. Obviously, this was already bad for the McDonald's brand, who kind of came to realize how off-putting Ronald was. But everything seemed fine. They still used him as a major part of their branding until Halloween 2016. When a bunch of people started dressing up in clown outfits and scaring everyone. Yeah, 2016 was a weird year. So McDonald's quietly put down the clown and replaced him with these Minion Rabbit rip-off characters. And now you know. Ronald McDonald's... Reggie is being cloned again? No, not by Clone Reggie. Thankfully, he's dead. But Reggie's plushies are being cloned and stolen. They're being sold all over the internet.
I stayed that same since I was 10 or 11. Is that cool? I don't know if that's cool.
Well, I can't guarantee the quality on these rip-offs. And also know that none of the money will be going to Reggie. We're in the process of trying to get these taken down. But for now, if you want to support the real one, make sure to check it out on the makeshift website. Link in bio or just Google Reggie Plush. And hey, only 5 days left, so if you want to get one, make sure to get it now.
Phew, I got scared when you mentioned Clone Reggie. You were right. Good thing he's dead.
Definitely. Hey, by the way, we haven't caught up in a while. You want to get a coffee after work?
Are you buying?
Seriously? Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Cool. Hold on, I'm just gonna grab my jacket.
Oh, I didn't know that. the legend. I think that is gone.
What, rabbits started attacking everyone? That's right, just imagine for a minute what would happen if every single rabbit in the world collectively decided to start mugging every human in the world, stealing everything we owned, and began taking us out. 709 million rabbits in the world, so they could easily all band together and outnumber the entirety of the United States. It only sits at around 331 million, not to mention smaller regions like Russia at 144, Mexico at 128, etc. Now, theoretically, let's say they had a goal in mind, like, I don't know, making a giant pile of all of our stolen things to get to a specific destination, like the moon? That sounds crazy, right? Well, believe it or not, there was a video game made with this exact premise starring the rabbit. Their entire goal was to rob all of humanity and make a giant junk pile just to get to the moon. Which sounds absolutely insane, which is why I'm streaming it today. Also, it sounds like something a certain half-rabbit creature I know would do.
Are you kidding? Of course I would. That sounds fantastic. In fact, I'll help out.
Wait, Ricky! Well, click the playhead down here or check out my channel's live tab to see me live robbing all of humanity as the rabbits. And now you know. What if rabbits... Why lazy people are the best. Lazy people get a lot of slack for generally not helping society, but I would argue they kind of make society way better. Let me explain. The man who invented the car was just tired of walking. The guy who invented the washer and dryer was just getting too lazy to wash and dry his own clothes. The guy who invented the equal sign just got tired of writing the words is equal to, so he made this sign to identify lines which are equal to each other, and boom, now we have the equal sign. I think you see my pattern, right? Some of the greatest people in history were lazy. Bill Gates always said that if he has a hard task, he'll give it to the laziest person. Not to punish them, but because he's sure they'll find the easiest way to do it. Laziness doesn't always mean an unwillingness to work hard. Really, it's just because they don't want to work harder than they need to, meaning they find faster, better ways to finish things, so they have more time to chill. So what's the lesson here? Be lazy, because you have a chance of helping better the world and humanity as a whole. But that's why lazy people are... Ricky versus Sam? Have you ever wondered what a fight would look like if the Tune of Terror, the one and only prophecy destroyer, went up against Undertale? Sam fight would look like if the Tune of...
Oh my god, we reached the short where Tune of Terror was inspired. Oh my god, we found it. It's here. It's the Tune of Terror. Yo, happy dreams. It should be a pal. It's still an hour. There's still an hour left. When did all of a sudden you became sick? Huh? Oh, gee, Tune of Terror. Actual Dano had a prophecy. Why am I? My mascot? Oh, my mascot.
One of my mascots called the Prophecy Destroyer. Well, to be honest, I don't know. Actually, I have a new background. So yeah, speaker. Why are you called the Prophecy Destroyer? To be honest, I don't really know. Okay, well, now you know, that...
Oh my god, that scared me. My headphones started playing my stream, so that was so damn loud. I was like, who the fuck is behind me? Okay.
Terror, the one and only prophecy destroyer, went up against Undertale, Sans the Skeleton. The ultimate day of judgment is Ricky's criminal record, joke out level of violence. Everything is laid out in a bone-chilling battle to the death. Well, that's exactly what YouTuber Cyber Legends Animations imagined, and oh my gosh, is it perfect. Basically, a couple days ago, I was making a short about how many peanuts it would take to stack to the moon. And Sans smashed through the graph paper and challenged Ricky to the duel of the decade.
Terror, who is the real tune that causes terror.
Teleportation powers, skateboard, a spray Kansas Lucky Lighter, even his paint bomb from the Ray's Riggy arc made an appearance.
Plus, the BFDI
absolutely stellar. Even better
is
than
the
Clone
most
Riggy
innocent
Pie, in my opinion.
character
Seriously,
has.
this is a million times better. And you know what? It was so good that I'm officially giving it the stamp of Riggy canon. This is official lore now. Riggy is Spot Sans.
Did Dannos
Seriously,
forget
one of my
he
favorite
made
fan
this
animations so
canon?
far, right up there with Dannos loses it. So who won, Riggy or Sans? Well, you'll have to check out his full vid. But now you've seen.
I think
Riggy
Dannos
versus
forgot
Sans.
he
You ever
made
wondered
this
what a fight would look like? Where did plushies come from, and why are these called teddy bears? Well, it all started in ancient times with very basic toys made out of water clay, which eventually evolved into simple rag dolls around the 1st century, nearly 2,000 years ago. Although, while some were used as toys, others say they were used by witches to torture people as voodoo dolls. Nice. Fast forward to the 1890s in Germany, Marguerite Styke invents the first ever stuffed animal, Tiny Elephant.
I don't
Wasn't
think
actually a
so.
toy, it was just meant to
I don't
be a pincushion,
think
but her
he
nephew saw the
did,
potential in the
but,
product and created this stuffed bear. Based off artwork where President Theodore Roosevelt refused to harm a baby bear since it was defenseless.
He did not
Styke
come
then
up
sent the
with
bear to the
what they
president and
did.
got his blessing to name it after Teddy Bear for Theodore Roosevelt. These plushes have evolved all the way until today, where they have reached the peak of their evolution in the form of a slightly annoying, law-breaking rabbit monkey named Riggy. And since they've sold so well, we're extending the deadline by 1 week. So go buy one while you still have a chance. But now you know. Where did plushies come from, and why are these called teddy bears? Well, it all started in ancient times with very basic. Narwhals shouldn't exist. Like seriously, you're telling me that a white
He
horse
didn't
with a horn
copy
is
the
just a little too
shonen,
far-fetched?
though.
This weird whale thing with a giant tooth does? Giant tooth? I hear you say. Why, yes. This is not a horn. In reality, it's a tooth. A massive 8-foot tooth. Even though it doesn't help them eat, which is the definition of a tooth, but whatever. I guess they don't actually need it for food because their mouth acts like an underwater vacuum. Alright, back to the tooth. Apparently, it's described as basically being inside out. I don't know, man. Scientists used to think that they were for fighting, but honestly, I think that was just one scientist drawing whale fanfic of what he wished they would do. In reality, they're just most likely for sensing temperature and environment changes. And they can sense salt levels too, which is kind of useful, I guess. Imagine a human being able to dip your finger in the water and just being able to tell. Salty. The horn is also used to attract mates, apparently. Imagine narwhals compared sizes. But all in all, they're just really unique and confusing creatures that, yeah, okay, are we sure they're real? But that's why narwhals shouldn't exist.
Oh yes, this is loading so
Why are
well.
people with horns here called redheads? Surprisingly enough, there's actually a good reason for it, although there are some theories that are really dumb. Most popular is the stereotype that gingers don't have souls. What if people with orange hair are the spawn of Satan, demons,
Definitely
a lot of
did
people
not
seriously
trace
think that they're called redheads as shorthand for them being demonic. Whether that be having the face of the devil,
need to
fire
add
for
that
their
to the
hair,
break.
whatever. In reality, it has nothing to do with demons, religion, whatever. It's just because the color orange literally didn't exist yet. Okay, obviously this color existed, but people called it yellow-red. People with this color hair have been around forever. They look more red than yellow, so redheads. Apparently, we just never switched to calling them orange heads,
Hey,
although to be
bitch.
fair, that does kind of sound weird to say.
1
You know,
point
why are people with
before I
orange hair called
before I
redheads?
came
Surprisingly
over.
enough, there's Where did Riggy's style come from? Riggy is drawn in a cartoon style reminiscent of old Rubber Hose cartoons, although he can't technically be considered Rubber Hose animation. When I say Rubber Hose, that means their limbs move like rubber hoses, bending like this. Whereas Riggy has joints, and he can't detach part of himself. But other than that, he was still created after the anthropomorphic animal style pioneered by Mickey Mouse, right? Nope. In fact, Mickey was pretty late in the game. Mickey was a redone version of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit after Universal snaked the rights to Oswald from Disney, which I've talked about in the short before. So, the style belongs to Oswald then. Well, he is closest to Riggy, considering he's a rabbit and he wears shorts, but he still wasn't the first Animal Toon character. The first Disney cartoon was this cat named Julius the Cat, and this was a ripoff of another cartoon named Felix the Cat, who was the first popular cartoon character. So this inspired this, which evolved into this, which evolved into this. But Mickey was so famous no matter what that he made the style iconic. And when you think of old cartoons, you think of him. And the style has lasted to this day with characters like Cuphead, Bendy, and
Also, everyone has to be nice to me.
Riggy is drawn in a cartoon style reminiscent of old Rubber Hose cartoons.
What is that
Although he can't
grammar?
technically be considered. What if everyone disappeared? You're the last person in the whole world. Everyone is gone. So you can do anything, right? Yeah, no.
Nice to
That's
you,
right. We all
Isabel,
have power
yeah.
to go out. There's
For
no way
real.
on you can stay. Unless you have solar panels, which would give you energy for a couple more years. That is, until all nuclear power plants become unstable. No one's managing all that toxicity, and after a little while, it's going to start to get dangerous. Nuclear meltdowns happening all over the country after just 1 month. Not to mention grocery stores are all gone, planes begin creeping in all over
I
the
don't
city.
think that's not what that means.
But if everyone has disappeared and you have a narrator telling you what to do, would you listen? Would you revolt? Do I sound crazy? Well, in the 2014 game, The Stanley Parable, that's the exact situation, and it's the funniest and most
have to stick. You. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god. This fucking grammar.
What if everyone disappeared? You're the last person in the whole world. Everyone is gone.
You have to stick since I'm also sick. That's crazy. Oh my god.
That is until all the nuclear power plants become unstable. No one's manning all that toxicity, you know? What happens to Ricky if I die? Honest question, if I die, does Ricky just stop having a job?
He goes bye-bye. Yep.
Never to be seen on the internet?
No, I am. I have a fever also. He's... Oh my god, Indigo, you dumbass. He's... Daniel Powell said he's not sick. Not you're not sick. No, I am. I have a fever. Also, by the way, I used AI to type. No, you didn't. You dumbass. Can you remove yourself from social media and focus on your first grade kindergarten math? No, he needs to focus on his first grade language arts because yeah.
Why fast food places use red and yellow as logo colors? Tons of fast food places use this color scheme. Red and yellow, sometimes just red, sometimes just yellow, sometimes mixed with other colors, you get it. Even the most famous fast food place in the world uses these two colors in particular. Usually it's only fast food, not classy restaurants. Why? Well, first,
we know,
red makes you stop and it demands
but
your
if you
attention.
don't act like it. Oh my god. The lag. Grade 7? I'm in grade 8. Okay, I don't know if it's loading. It might not be loading. Hello? Thing?
What happens to Ricky if I die? Honest question, if I die, does Ricky just... Why fast food places use red and yellow as logo colors? Tons of fast food places use this color scheme. Red and yellow, sometimes just red, sometimes just yellow, sometimes mixed with other colors, you get it. Even the most famous fast food place in the world uses these two colors in particular. Usually it's only fast food, not classy restaurants. Why? Well, first, red makes you stop and it demands your attention. And also, it can force you to make a hasty decision. Like if you're driving by McDonald's late at night, see the red, and impulsively swerve the car because you decide in that moment that you need to make disgusting McGarbage burger. Whereas most sit-down restaurants really want you to take your time so you can find something
to be
also, red and yellow is just scientifically proven to have an effect of immediate hunger on your brain. So any logo that uses these colors is trying to make you hungry so that you... Oh, wow. It makes a lot more sense now why Ricky has always tried to eat... Ricky! Spit it out! Fine. It's a dead trend anyway. People haven't eaten Tide Pods since 2017.
Oh, well, time for a new trend then.
Is that a grenade? Ricky! Why fast food places use red and yellow as logo colors? Tons of fast food places use this color.
My god.
Why piggy banks are pigs? I've always wondered this, right? Ever since I saw Ham in the original Toy Story, I wondered what pigs have to do with money. Most people assume that it was just shit. Someone randomly chose an animal to make bank out of, and it happened to be the pig. But actually,
You
there's a
need
couple
to
different
ask
theories. One
your
of those is
age.
the original container used to keep money was referred
Yeah.
to as a pig. Someone was
Ask
treated
your
enough to make
age,
it decide pigs.
Indigo.
Some believe it's
Ask-
because people think that we're just a
ask
society
your
of pigs.
age.
And banks is a form of iron. Another major theory has to do with luck.
Ask
In
your
Germany and
age,
China, pigs are
because
symbols
for
of
some
good
reason
fortune,
you
which is the most
cannot
likely.
use grammar
The
for
most
the rest.
depressing theory, the idea that pigs are only worth money when they're dead, so they can be sold for meat and bacon. And since people smash their piggy banks to get their money out, it's symbolic for killing
Immature,
the
you're
pig.
acting
So
fine.
which
It's
reason
not
do you believe?
well.
We'll never know exactly why piggy banks are pigs. Always wondered this, right?
Apple. I like Apple.
Apple got got bullied by the government? Apple likes money. This isn't news to anyone. But now the government finally bullied them into making a big change. And actually, no, it wasn't the U.S. government. It was Europe. Apple very much enjoys selling additional products to their phones as a way to make more money. Thanks for buying our $1,000 phone. But now you need to buy additional chargers with fucking charger. Also, these are made kind of horribly, so in a couple months it'll stop working and you'll just need to get another charger. Yeah, it's wrong. But the European government came along and decided that every single personal electronic had to have a USB-C port if it wanted to be sold in Europe. And the man responsible for the regulation said it best.
This is the past, and this is the present.
No more mess, only one cable. So now, the iPhone 15, Apple has finally been forced to make a change, even though the company was very vocal about their disapproval. But you know what? USB-C cables are fast and durable, and finally, we won't have to buy any more of Apple's dumb chargers. And also, thank you to my girlfriend's dad for teaching me about this topic. So today's short is dedicated to T, and you can thank him for the update on how Apple got bullied by the government. Apple likes money. How big is space? Last night after taking out the trash, I looked into the stars and wondered just exactly how big do we know space is, and where does it end? First, you need to understand how long light year is. Light year, it's not a measurement of time, but it's actually a measurement of distance, like miles or kilometers. The Earth is 7,926 miles long, or 12,750
Once we get to 15
To put this in perspective, you can fit about 30
no,
Earths
10
between the Earth and the Moon.
10 minutes, I might pull up my
One light year consists of 6 trillion miles, which means it's
laptop
757,000,000,2,271 Earths. For 1 light year. Right now, the observable universe that we know of, past the Milky Way, all of our stars, everything,
just so you can see the actual time.
Roughly 70 quintillion, 401 quadrillion Earths. And there, we reach the edges of space to a point we can't see past. But beyond that, we just don't know. Space could be infinitely generating, it could suddenly stop, or like many theorists believe, it could loop back around in on itself. We just have no way of knowing exactly. How big is space? Last night after taking out the
Infinite.
the ocean's most dangerous creatures. You all know the ocean.
Yeah, no shit, we have different time zones.
Sure, you got your bloodthirsty sharks and poisonous puffers, but they're not even close to the top 3. Coral reef snakes not only have one of the most potent venomous bites on the earth, but it can camouflage on the rocks to catch you off guard. The most venomous animal in the world is
I'm actually probably gonna keep streaming after. I'm just not gonna be here because I want to stream the BFDI episode.
Which somehow walks on land and camouflages among the humans living among us? Well, that's exactly what happens in Octodad. It's about an octopus who pretends to be human and the controls are really hard, which is why I'm streaming it today, because you guys like to watch me suffer. Link down here or on the channel page. Now you've seen the ocean's most dangerous. I was wrong about Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? Kind of. A while ago I said that a real-life Freddy Fazbear's Pizza restaurant would never exist because Scott Compton is afraid someone will try to do the real-life murder. Last week in Los Angeles, boom, a real-life Freddy popped up. So was I wrong? Should Ricky and I be burned at the stake for spreading false information? Not quite. Scott is true to his word. There won't be a real restaurant. This building is tragically only a facade, meaning you can't go inside, or at least right now. And it doesn't look like you'll ever be able to. It's just a cool piece of marketing for the movie. But to be fair, this thing is located in like the dead center of LA. Probably better you can't go inside, considering there's about 400 homicides that happen in the city every year.
Oh, damn.
Movie animatronics are up for display at Universal Studios Halloween
Wait,
Horror
so
Nights.
one every day. That's fucking crazy.
But luckily, I don't have to say that I was wrong about Freddy Fazbear. Riggy memes are horrible. With anything that gets even a little popular, memes are bound to come out. And apparently, you guys really like Riggy, even though his criminal record is.
Check Discord. Do I have to? Do I have to check Discord?
But anyway, you guys love him enough to make just the worst memes of it. We've already gone over the Dannos video, but then there's things like the Riggy AI voice covers. It's horrible at first, but then got scarily good. Funniest things out these gifts you've been making. There's these of him just doing
But do I have to?
And there's this one of him being a ball, and but the one I've gotten sent to me over and over again, the worst Riggy meme out there is 3D model of Riggy twerking to every possible song in existence. As horrible as all these memes are, who am I kidding? All of them make me laugh. I love you guys. Even though Riggy memes are horrible.
Yay.
What if a third grader could talk to God? No matter what
The
religion
fuck?
you practice,
Do it on stream?
basically, a teacher told her third grade students to write a letter to God to ask whatever questions they
Well,
had.
actually, I can.
Did you mean for the giraffe to look like God, or was it an accident? Are you kidding? Look at that thing. It's 100% a mistake.
I went to a wedding and they cussed right in the church. Is that okay?
Scandalous.
Thank you for the baby brother.
I don't
If you give me the genie lamp from Aladdin, I will give you anything you want except money or my chest set.
You're telling me the genie lamp is worth less than your chest set? Why don't you just ask the genie for another... Whatever. I bet it's very hard for you to love all the
Fucking god, Discord. Stop being a piece of shit.
How come you didn't invent any new animals? We still just have all the old ones.
Yeah, I'm waiting for God's next Earth update to drop where he adds some animal DLC.
Hey, I'm a new animal.
No, you're a freak of nature. You don't count. But now you've seen. What if a third grader
He's
can
a
talk?
paper drawing. He said it himself. Come on.
Frankie's creator is dead? No, not
Oh
his
yeah,
parents.
the
No,
mouse.
not me. What I mean is...
R.I.P. the mouse.
My mouse.
Dano, are you okay?
Oh my god, Discord.
I don't think I can do this.
Stop being a fucking piece of shit.
Hold on, do you need me to do this short? Is it genuinely too hard for you?
Yeah, could you?
Sure, yeah, sure.
Come
Okay,
on.
so basically Dano had this mouse ever since he first touched a computer, a Windows 7 laptop back in 2009. It was a $4 mouse, yet for some reason
Oh my
he
God.
got so used to it that he used it in
But
all
did
but
you know
3 different computers
that
over
the
14
compass
years.
in the server list to find new servers?
Mouse he used to create and upload every short on this channel, and the mouse he used
I
to
know
draw
that.
for the very first time. So yeah, it's kind of my
Whoa.
original creator, not your own.
What is going
It was
on?
all started by your
Here.
mouse.
Ricky, that's copyrighted.
Oh, my bad. Well, I kind of level with him on this one. Yesterday it died, so everybody comment and join me in saluting to the fallen soldier. Gone but never forgotten.
That was beautiful, Ricky. I'm grateful for you.
Oh, shucks.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Frankie's creator is
Also,
dead?
what's going
No,
on in
not
the
his
RTCR
parents.
server?
No, not me. What I mean is... 5 Nights at Freddy's is being ripped off by Chuck E. Cheese. You already know that FNAF was heavily inspired by restaurants like Showbiz Pizza and Chuck E. Cheese because their animatronics looked horrifying and the opportunity was there to make something special, which has now taken on a life of its own, and arguably now more children know who Freddy Fazbear is than Chuck E. Cheese. But here's what's up. The FNAF movie is coming out so soon, and a lot of people, including
Oh my
me,
God.
Chuck E. Cheese
Wait.
just knows this. So
Oh,
they're taking advantage of the
is
movie
the
with a promotion
RTCR
called
show
5
over?
Nights of Fun, which happens in October with a final party on the 27th, the day of the movie's release. But it could be a coincidence, right? Well, here's the side-by-side of the movie poster and the 5 Nights of Fun poster. Don't believe me? Well, here's a corporate guide on exactly what they can and cannot say. Basically, if someone asks about FNAF, they have to say, oh, what's that? FNAF is completely unrelated. That's still not even the worst part, though. The worst part is the CEO who said that FNAF was imitating them first, so that's why they're taking advantage of the movie. That Mr. Munch is the original
Better
purple
be
guy.
better.
But now you know
Okay, it's actually slightly better than Angel's server. It's kind of ass.
Can bugs
It
actually
just
crawl
was.
in your ears and lay eggs in your brain? Well, a lot of bugs really can crawl.
What the I didn't even scroll.
5 Nights at Freddy's is being ripped off by Chuck E. Cheese. You already know that FNAF was heavily inspired by restaurants like
I'm not
Showbiz
even on
Pizza
that
and
short.
Cheese because their animatronics look horrifying and the opportunity.
Come on.
Can bugs actually
Finally.
crawl in your ears
Oh
and
my
lay eggs
God.
in your brain? Well, a lot of bugs really can crawl in your ears. Most
And
commonly
I'll
ones
check DMs.
spiders, bedbugs, and etc. But unlike the urban legend, it's not like they're absolutely set on a daring quest to find your brain so it can have its children. Actually, far from it.
That
Most
is
of the time,
so
going in your ears is just an accident. Most of the time.
You
Cockroaches
say
do actively travel into ears
improve?
because earwax attracts them, as it's got the same smell as fermented foods, like most
Quote
pickles and wine.
unquote.
With the majority of bugs, it's just chance that they find a hole and crawl inside because it's dark and warm and a nice place to sleep. No, bugs don't crawl into your brain because your eardrum blocks them. So the egg thing is just a complete lie. Although, if your ear does feel extra blocked or irritated, you may want to get them checked out by a doctor. Don't just go sticking Q-tips in there because that might get the bug stuck deep down and mess everything up. Most of the time, doctors will either give you a special eardrop to make the bug come out, or they'll just very carefully pluck them out themselves. But now you know. Can bugs actually crawl in your ears and lay eggs in your brain? Oh, a lot of bugs really can crawl in your ears. Most commonly while you're sleeping, like spiders, bedbugs, and etc. But unlike the urban... Minecraft is going down in flames. The Minecraft Live is tomorrow, but the entire community is pretty much... giant mob right now. What's funny is that the community is united for the first time since they changed combat back in 1.8.
That's
The
all.
original mob. Some people like the new combat, and some people really hated it. Then the mob votes came in, with each one, Minecraft fans got more and more divided because people were upset that only one got added and 2 or 3 other great ideas got thrown in the trash. But finally, with the mob vote 2023, all of the community is pretty much united in saying, stop the mob vote. We would rather have all 3, no matter if it takes longer. When I say the entire community, I mean the entire community wants down with the mob vote. But you know what? While mob vote might be terrible, in my opinion, Minecraft has always been an amazing game. And to prove it, I'm streaming it for 9 hours straight today. I'm not joking. And you guys will be able to vote on what buildings I should make, adventures I should take, etc. So click the play ad or check out the channel's live tab to come hang out. But now you know, Minecraft is going down
again. I don't want to.
Who invented dynamite? Have you ever looked at a stick of dynamite? Never wondered where did
I'm not going to because my fucking computer would kill itself.
Evolved over years from TNT and old-timey bombs, remote-controlled landmines, all the way up to atomic warheads. Who made the very first
slowing
one?
down my computer.
Well, it's actually really ironic. Bombs are one of the most dangerous and commonly used weapons in war, right? Yeah, besides guns. Well, the man who invented them back in 1867 is named Alfred Nobel. Sound familiar? Named after him are the Nobel Prizes, and specifically the most famous one is titled the Nobel Peace Prize. The guy who made the bomb is also famous for a Peace Prize named after him. Obviously, he had other major discoveries, but he's still the guy that made dynamite. Yeah, he's the guy they named the Peace Prize over. No judgment. It's just kind of funny that he's... Who invented dynamite? You ever...
Okay, that was the worst loot ever.
Secret? Obviously, he's got... What would happen if you
OMG,
never
6
blinked? Staring contest where our eyes start to water, or you're in a really good movie and you don't want to miss a single frame, you force your eyes to stay open. What would happen if you just never blink? How long can you go, and what would the side effects be? Well, we blink so our eyes can stay fresh, moist, and protected enough to fight bacteria. If you hide it for 15 minutes without blinking, you'd already be in major pain as your eyes become bloodshot. You start damaging a lot of your retina, and you'd start to see blind spots in your vision in the form of black dots. Not to mention, you'd eventually start seeing blurry double images. All in all, it would probably take an average of 3 days for your eyes to stop bothering you because they would be completely dead. And if you don't get them removed after that, their infection will spread to the rest of your body, becoming a real health risk. For reference, the longest someone has supposedly gone without damage was only a little over an hour. So blink! No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you automatically did it around 20 times just while I was saying all this. But now you know. What would happen if you never blinked? There's a creature in my walls. As I'm recording this, there's a scraping noise around my room, and I can't tell if it's either in my walls or in my vents or if I'm just going crazy. Let's go through the list of potential threats I have. Google says that it's usually one of 4 options: mice, bats, rats, and squirrels. Squirrels and bats make the loudest noises with constant banging, rattling, and echoes. Rats are known to scurry fast and swift, making a constant ruckus. But the sound of my walls is slow and random, which leaves the mouse, right? Yeah, maybe not. Because I have literally never seen a mouse in my house after living in it for 19 years. The animals I have seen over the years: rabbits, possums, frogs, coyotes, and most recently I've been seeing spiders everywhere. Hopefully the banging is too big to be a spider. While I would prefer a frog, I think I would be okay with a rat as long as a giant possum or somehow a coyote doesn't jump through my vent. I'll be fine. You know what doesn't help though? The fact that I had a dream a couple nights ago where Ricky appeared and said I would die on Friday. I'm not kidding. So subscribe to stay updated on if the thing in my vent kills me or not. But I'm freaked out because there's a creature in my wall. As I'm recording this, there's a scraping noise around my room, and I can't tell if it's either in my wall. Mr. Beast is gonna get revenge? Back in the ancient year 2018, the top YouTuber wasn't Mr. Beast, but instead it was PewDiePie. He and Indian media conglomerate T-Series engaged in a race to be the first YouTube channel to reach 100 million subscribers. And while they had a great battle, T-Series eventually came out on top. But interestingly, at the front lines of the war against T-Series was Mr. Beast. He had only around 10 million subscribers at the time, but he made it his mission to help PewDiePie beat the company. In the end, they may have lost the battle, but now with Mr. Beast hitting 200 million subscribers and growing at a rate faster than any channel in history, it looks like there will finally be a second battle for the top of YouTube. Beast really came in like Dannos and said, but that's how Mr. Beast is gonna get revenge? Am I gonna die today? I've seen so many of you guys genuinely concerned that I'm gonna die today. My own girlfriend is worried. I mean, to be fair, I did say Ricky came to me in a dream and told me I was gonna die Friday today. But it was just a dream. Some of my dreams have giant man-eating octopi. They don't usually make sense. And I know I made a short recently talking about what if I died, and also I made a short a couple days ago about the thing in my walls, which I still haven't found. But I'm fine. Plus, I can't die before I live stream Mario Wonder tomorrow, or I see the FNAF movie next week, which I waited 9 years for. For those of you genuinely worried about me, no, I'm fine.
fun. Now,
What?
nothing.
Can't kill me.
RTCR is live, I know that. Okay, October 20th. Oh my god, Tim.
Listening to the paper boy and the rabbit monkey freaks, and I have something planned. Next month we finally launch it. So close, he's down, you won't know.
Jack and Jelly, Jack and Jelly Fry is live.
Am I gonna die today? I've seen so many of you guys. Is Mario ruined? Well, to some people, apparently it is. Two big events have happened in the past couple days where fans have been outraged, and honestly, it's kind of hilarious. First big drama is this clip of Mario riding a pipe. If you don't know, Mario's original voice actor retired and got replaced. And in this clip in particular, people think his new voice sounds horrible. I mean, I guess it's a little different, but it could have been a lot worse. But the major drama, the absolute worst thing that's ever happened in Mario history, Princess Peach's new game Cluster got changed from this to this. Wait, you don't see a difference? Well, any Mario fan with eyes can tell you how Nintendo ruined Peach's face by making her eyes slightly more curved so it matches her movie design. Yeah, I really don't see a problem here. They've been doing this to Kirby for years. Mario fan base, come on, what are we? Sonic fans who complain about voice actors and renders every year? No! I've always loved the Plumber Bros, and Mario Wonder looks like the best Mario game in years, which is why I'm live streaming it today for as long as I can. As always, click the playhead down here or check out the channel's live tab. Hope to see you there. But make sure you don't listen to people when they ask, is Mario ruined? Well, why do we get hiccups? He's uncontrollable.
Yeah, but he's not my mascot.
Well, it's all pretty much about our diaphragm. Normally, it contracts and relaxes to help us breathe. But sometimes, if you eat too quickly, or take certain types of medicine, or laugh too hard, our diaphragm will kind of freak out and start to spasm irregularly. And sometimes it just happens for absolutely no reason. Anything to deal with. The worst part, though, is that there really isn't one best way to get rid of them. Instead, there's like 15, and they work different for everyone. Some people suggest breathing into a paper bag, biting into a lemon, holding your breath, or drinking water. Some of these can actually just make it worse if you do them wrong or too quickly. Most people think that the whole point of those is just focusing on something else so the hiccups leave. Also, you
Just
can try
don't
getting jump
fucking
scares.
die.
But you know, why do we get hiccups? Uncontrollable little dash.
Well, that's technically still a mascot. It's the sound like an air. If you use a character in your videos, that's still a mascot.
No,
Well, there was a couple of
you used one in your video. Is that a mascot?
Jaxo doesn't have a tail. No, thank you.
Oh
Well,
my god, first Jaxo.
Lucky Rabbit, or Roger Rabbit, or oh, I got it. I'm Riggy Trap.
Actually, you'd be called Spring Riggy. It's not Trap until... Yeah, that. But now you know what's... Riggy's Halloween costume? It's almost Halloween. Strongest object in the world? Interestingly, I'm not talking about any
That
material
piece of
since
glass.
you design it, although both are
Yes,
extremely strong.
fucking
Gaffney's number one,
yes.
the strongest material known to man, with objects made of it able to stop over 1,800 kilograms of weight. Diamonds can also withstand an insane amount of pressure, with the small one being
Only
able to outlast
41
100
minutes
trucks.
left.
But interestingly, it's not bulletproof. You know what is, though? This piece of glass. I'm not joking. For instance,
Oh.
this drop can handle an absolutely insane amount of weight, nearly 70,000 kilograms. And when I say bulletproof, I don't mean bullets bounce off. I mean they shatter. Bullets shatter when being shot at this glass. Although interestingly, it does have one weakness, making it insanely delicate.
Very
Its tail
typical tail.
serves as its weak spot or its Achilles heel. Even applying just a little pressure back here will cause the rest of the drop to explode in a magnificent display of shattering glass dust, as the structure is too much built up pressure to be able to
Let's
stay
destroy
stable.
Indigo for 10 seconds. Yes.
Let's do that. Do it. Yes.
Although both are. Where did horror movies come from? Have you ever wondered how we went from this type of cinema all the way to this? Where have all the way did scary movies come into play? Well, actually, we can rewind the clock back to the 1890s. The first film ever created by the
Said I used one in a short logo, and that is true, but I was just using that image as example.
No, you said that, no. You said if you use a character in your video, it's a mascot.
And it showed things like
Come
bad
on.
skeletons and their own version of the devil. A format that exploded in popularity with Universal's famous 20s and 30s monster movies such as Dracula and Frankenstein. Ever since then, filmmakers have tried making horror movies scarier and scarier, to a point now where most of them are either just downright disturbing or they keep you awake at night for being way too horrifying. Now, you know, where did horror movies come from? Have you ever...
Why fan hyphen me.
You know what? Attack me all you want, but I loved it. Also, I can see why critics did it. This movie, in my opinion, is not a horror movie, it's a thriller. What's the difference? Horror movies are made to try and scare you in whatever way they can. Story isn't usually as important, which is why characters do dumb things like hide in a shed full of nuts. All these movies are trying to do is get you as scared as possible. Freddy's is a thriller that focuses on the story first with the scare second. And you know what? The games have always been about the story. It's not a surprise to me. And any fan of the games will love the movie. Trust me. Reviews are honestly kind of funny though. Especially IGN saying fans don't want stories, they just want scares. Clearly they have absolutely no idea why we love this franchise. But that's why critics take scary horror games and history. Since Halloween is almost here, let's go over my top
Fan-made fan BFDI
Imagine having no memories of where or who you are, and you've got to make your way through haunted areas, slowly going crazy, even crazy enough to start screaming at barrels. We've also got the amazing Resident Evil, which is great because you can absolutely body the zombies by shooting them in the face, although they can still jump at you every now and then. Speaking of zombies, The Last of Us is definitely up there, mostly for the tension you feel when there's a clicker right behind the counter and you're afraid of making any sound and getting its attention. And of course, we can't forget classics like Slender and everybody's favorite mascot horror, Five Nights at Freddy's. While the series may not be so scary anymore thanks to the millions of memes about it, the first game is still incredibly eerie, and in my opinion is one of the most scariest and original horror games of all time, which is why I'm streaming it today. To play it or check the channel live to enjoy it. And let me know your favorite horror game in the comments. To me, these are the scariest horror games in history since Halloween.
Oh god.
The problem with Ray William Johnson? We've all seen this guy on YouTube, right? Ray William J is an old YouTube veteran who's recently reignited his career by making shorts, and he's one of the most popular shorts creators now. And I personally really like his content, but oh my gosh, he's making me crazy. In a lot of his shorts, he's trying to direct his viewers to a long-form video, which is fine. Fun fact, most shorts creators don't just want to be shorts creators, we want our long-form videos to succeed as well. But dude, in every single one of these redirect shorts, he puts a link in the pinned comment, and he says that if that doesn't work, he gives you instructions to click the link in the description. And if that also doesn't work, search the video up on YouTube. Mr. Johnson, YouTube disabled links in YouTube Shorts comments and descriptions months ago because of scammers. But they added an option for you to make a playhead to link to the video instead. Again, they have literally created a feature for this. When you upload a video, the option is right here. Please use it. You're driving me insane. Thank you. Again, I love your content. I just have no way to get this message to you without using a short. Just giving you a heads up the feature exists. Love Dannos, fellow shorts creator. And that's the problem with Ray William Johnson? Well, the Clown Army Uprising, or Halloween 2023, let's take a trip back to one of the scariest Halloweens in history, 2016. An army of creepy clowns began taking over the world. Seriously, where did they come from? What did they want? And most importantly, who started it? Well, we have no idea. Although most people speculate it started out simply as a student promoting a short film, it definitely grew far beyond him very quickly. With tons of people dressing up as clowns and threatening people all over the country for seemingly no reason. Overnight stores stopped selling products. They were out abandoned places, and the funniest part is actually more violent acts committed towards
It's actually crazy. I just watched BFD like an hour ago, 2 hours ago now, because after the fucking
hey, whoa, except for that duplication effect,
the fucking live stream.
just now with the never mind. But that was the Clown Army Uprising, or Halloween 2023. Let's take a trip. Real-life infinite money glitches? You ever had the dream of finding a glitch in the system that exploit in real life some way to make infinite money? Well, there's actually been a couple cases of people discovering ways in recent history. First up, coin flipping was a big practice a long time ago, where the edges of coins were clipped to give you a bunch of shade before combining them and having a whole other coin. Remember, this is a long time ago where a quarter was worth a lot more. Eventually, banks ended up putting ridges on coins to stop. Another money glitch was discovered by 29-year-old Australian Dan Saunders, who figured out a bank glitch with withdrawing more money than his account actually had. In total, Saunders withdrew $1.6 million and used it to have big parties, pay for friends' college tuition, etc. Though in the end, he felt immense guilt and turned himself in as punishment for stealing $1.6 million a year.
Thanks.
He was charged for 111 counts of fraud and only got 1 year.
Thanks for that screenshot.
Crazy. Those are real-life infinite money glitches. You ever had the dream of finding a glitch?
Print screen. Oh my god.
Infinite money? Well, there's actually been a couple cases of people discovering ways in recent history. First up, coin flipping was a big practice a long time ago, where the edges of coins were clipped to give you a bunch of shade before combining them and having a whole other coin. Remember, this is a long time ago where a quarter was worth a lot more. Eventually, banks ended up putting rich. Does talking to yourself make you crazy? Statistically. 96% of adults talk to themselves in their minds, and another 24% of people talk to themselves out loud. While both are a pretty normal behavior, the science behind it is definitely interesting. Most of us actually begin self-talking as toddlers, which is apparently really important to help us distinguish speech patterns and form our first sentences. As you get older, you stop speaking to yourself out loud because it becomes a force of habit to keep it internal. Not just because if we talk to ourselves out loud in public, we get odd glances of people thinking we're insane. However, interestingly, the type of self-talk you have does have a genuine impact on your brain and life. Studies show that constant negative self-talk, such as putting yourself down during challenges in life, can genuinely make you a less productive person or make you outright depressed. Whereas positive self-talk and reinforcement can help you. So in other words, if you tell yourself you're a failure, chances of you being one are high. But if you believe in yourself, sometimes it actually works. So yeah, not only does talking to yourself not make you crazy, if done the right way, it can actually make you a better person. Moral is, love yourself. End of story. But now you know. Does talking to yourself make you crazy? Where did lore come from? Modern day, the internet uses the term lore to refer mostly to the storyline of a fictional universe. Well, what if I told you the word is actually a lot older than you think? And it can mean a lot of different things. Well, while most believe it originates from the term folklore, this really isn't the case. It actually comes from Latin. Folklore is a relatively newer term, which is used to describe traditions, legends, and stories of cultural importance to a group of people. While lore is most commonly described as the general knowledge of a certain subject shared by a group of people. So while the internet is technically using the term right to describe the story of important franchises, it can still say things like plant lore or serial lore, and it'd still be valid. It's not just about forms of fiction. Yeah, most people use it to refer to stories in media, and anything in media can have lore.
There's lore behind serial
lore and Ricky lore. All of these have communities built around trying to figure out exactly what the complete story behind each is. Even Ricky has
someone makes serial lore.
Yeah.
That'd be
sorry, not sorry.
But now you know. Where did lore come from? Modern day internet uses the term lore to refer mostly to the storyline of a fictional universe. What if I told you the word is actually a lot older than
that looked like Dacia.
Hardest rage games in history? We all love rage games. Or more accurately, we love watching people rage at rage games. But which ones are the most popular and which ones are the
Don't screenshot. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna screenshot.
The controls were impossible, and the punishment for losing was to see your character get brutally killed. That's definitely evolved over the years.
Wow,
Things
no
like Super Meat Boy, Simple Rage, getting over it with Bad Body, which you scale a mountain with the worst controls possible. I Am Bread, most recently only up, probably my favorite rage game, Cuphead. But in the past couple weeks, a newcomer arrived on the scene that's disguised as a children's game, when in reality,
God, you actually get a cameo right for once.
And it's this cute watermelon game. Seriously, I don't know much about it, but we're streaming it today. So come check it out by tapping play it down here or checking the channel's live tab.
I swear to God,
But those are the hardest rage games in history. Why the time change is the dumbest thing ever. Basically, twice a year, most of North America and Europe go through a time change, which is our day either shifting back one hour or forward. The days are shorter in winter because the sun sets much faster and it's dark outside longer.
Can we not just have time? Can we not just have daylight savings time all year?
Something to do with farming, and that's actually completely wrong. The time change because in 1916 the UK came up with the idea so they could have more daylight and not use as much energy during the night. Light, so they could conserve energy for World War I. Eventually, the US copied this in 1966 so they could save energy for World War II. But in the year 2023, here's a news flash. We don't have any wars to save energy for. We have solar panels, and nowadays there's crazy people like me who are awake through the night and use energy no matter what. What's even worse, studies show that the stress imposed on our bodies by abruptly changing the time may cause a 6% increase in car crashes, an 8% increase in strokes, an 11% increase in depression, and a 24% increase in heart attacks. In other words, end is done tradition because there's literally no reason for it. Anyway, if my show's coming out an hour late for you, it's because of the time change. So
we should just have daylight savings time and then never go back. We should just never set our clock back. 2026, you already said that. No one gives a shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're so close. We're so close. LPS white cracks on the thumbnail lore. Yeah, no shit. Did you see the video?
Generally crazy because of how overdone it was. I've mentioned kids eating fast food a couple of times, but once again, seriously, how do we let this become a thing? No matter what, throughout everything from the cinnamon challenge to fidget spinners, at least our generation didn't have the absolute dumbest trend of history, the pet rock. Seriously, some guy put a rock in a box and sold it for $2, which is equivalent to $10 today. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 30 minutes. We have 30
only been
Ice bucket challenge, medium trends
Oh,
like
it's
water bottle
always
flipping, and there's
actually
outright horrible trends like
kinda
this
good.
TikTok trend where you just steal things from grocery stores. That's it. That's the trend, being a pro.
That's funny to me.
Of course.
Except
So
for
let's
like
go through
the
the worst
Aussie and
popular
Polly
trends in
thing.
history, starting with YouTube pranksters. This was the video to make back in the day because you knew you would get views. And the money farm encouraged people to go further and further into insanity. Going a little deeper, we had dabbing, which isn't destructive
No,
or anything.
I
It's just
don't
generally
trust
cringe.
her from.
If the U.S. is in debt, why can't we just print more money? So most of us have heard that the U.S. is about $33 trillion in debt. To who? Well, it's a little hard to explain, but basically citizens, a couple foreign countries, and the federal government itself
There
invest
might
in
be an
bonds so the
arc
government can spend
about
money
it
on paying
in, like,
employees and government
February or
programs.
something.
Yes, the federal government is in debt to itself. Just try not to think too hard about it. So we've got a lot of debt. Why can't we just print more money and pay it all off? Well, because of a little thing called inflation. Think of it this way. In this scenario, Rose equals money. If Rosie has 10 roses and Ricky has 0 roses, then Rosie is rich and Ricky is poor. But if Ricky grows 10 roses for himself, now both of them are rich and nobody's poor, which makes the Rose
I'm still
the more money
staying
you
up
print, the less
till
value money
12
has because the more common it is. It's like how if one person has a gold ring that everyone wants, it can be really expensive. But if everyone has gold rings, it doesn't matter anymore. So basically, that's why printing money is horrible.
Okay, I hear you, but what if I really like money and I just want more of it?
Were you listening to a word I just said?
Not really. Usually I just read the list of poses you need from me and tune you out.
Mother. Okay, now you know. If the U.S. is in debt, why can't we just print more money? So most of us have heard that the U.S. The most dangerous creature in gaming? Hear me out. When you think of the most strong or powerful video game characters, you might think of Kratos, Master Chief, Ganondorf, or maybe Cloud, Sephiroth, and Bayonetta. But if you really think about it, Kirby beats them all. Not only can he eat any projectile they throw at him, knives, bullets, whatever, but in one gulp, he can swallow them whole. And that's the end of the fight. And on top of that, he can use their abilities to take down whatever else. And if you're still not convinced, remember that Kirby has taken on insanely powerful demons and monsters. And yet every time he comes out perfectly fine. And don't even get me started on his hypernova form, which pretty much turns him into a literal black hole. No other character that I know of in gaming history can spontaneously transform into a black hole. Seriously, this pink little puffball is horrifying. So much so that if I had to choose between having all the other characters I mentioned on a team trying to hunt me down, or Kirby trying to hunt me down, I'd choose the other characters 100 times over. If Kirby was after you, there would be no escape. So yeah, he's definitely the most dangerous creature in gaming. I have a twin brother. If you've been here a while, then you know I've got a brother. I've mentioned him a couple times, but I've never actually said that he's my twin. He's 30 minutes older than me, and for most of our lives, I was taller until we turned 18, and now he's taller. And I stopped growing. I don't know if it's because of genes or because of my horrible posture, but yeah. Funnily enough, Ricky is a brother too, although Ricky is a year younger.
Yeah, but I'm cooler, so who cares?
Although my brother and I definitely have our differences. Like, I've always wanted to be an entertainer, and Joey's studying to be a brain surgeon. We don't like a lot of the same games or movies, although we have been watching Castlevania and Rick and Morty together. But why am I telling you all this? Well, 14 years ago, we were in a video where he pushed me off a tractor, and just recently, I got my revenge. I won't spoil how, but you can find out by checking out my brand new long-form video. It's my first one in months, and it's really good. Hey, if you're a fan of my shorts, then I'm 90% sure that you're gonna love my long-form 100 times more. But hey, don't take my word for it. Click the playhead down here, or check it out on my channel page, and be the judge yourself. But now you know that I have a twin brother. If you've been here a while, then you know I've got a brother. I've mentioned him a couple times, but I've never actually... Can Ricky drive? So if you don't know, Ricky came from a place called Toonville. Why do we procrastinate? Pushing things off until the very last second is something we've all experienced. And then finally, the time comes where our brain snaps and we realize that we need to get our project finished now. Why do we do this if we know we're going to suffer the consequences? Well, surprisingly, procrastination isn't always laziness. In fact, most procrastinators are afraid to start their projects because they want perfection and don't trust themselves not to mess it up. So they're stuck, paralyzed with all these fears to the point where they either do nothing at all or they do anything else in order to push off their responsibility. Or just because they know their brain works best 2 hours before the deadline, which is a horrible way to do things. So how do you fix this? Well, every solution is personal, and the most important thing is removing distraction. Either physically going to a room where you can focus, or by finishing all other tasks first. But the reality is, distracting ourselves is the easiest way to waste the most time. But now you know. Why do we procrastinate? Pushing things off until the very last second is something we've all experienced. And then finally, the time comes.
He's in PSD.
Can Ricky drive? So if you don't know, Ricky came from a place called Toonville, and well, it's a little different from our world.
Not really. Same amount of crime, murders,
Monsters, turf wars. Actually, probably more monsters.
Whatever, their driving system works just like ours. You need to learn to drive and get a license for it to be legal, and hold on, I'm just not realizing, why doesn't your car have a windshield?
One
I don't know.
Well, anyway, Ricky actually does have his license, but as you can see, he got it pretty recently. Want to tell them why?
Well, I was gonna get it when I was 17, but I learned the hard way that you shouldn't street race while taking your test. It's fine though, I usually skateboard everywhere anyway. But hey, at least I didn't get my driving skills from Mario Kart. Like you, Dano.
Speaking of Mario Kart, my girlfriend and I are playing the new tracks today. So click the playhead down here or check it out in the channel tab. But now you know. Can Ricky drive? If you don't know, Ricky came from a place called Toonville. And well, it's a little different from ours. The balloon nightmare of '86. Back in Cleveland, Ohio in 1986, an attempt to break a world record went horribly wrong. The world record for the most balloons released at once was held by Japan in 1984, where they released nearly 400,000 balloons. Then Disney came along and decided to upstage them by releasing 1 million balloons in 1985. And then Cleveland steps in and decides to beat them both by releasing 1.5 million balloons in 1986. However, they planned it for the worst day possible, as there were massive storms that day. But at that point, there was no way to reschedule it, so they went ahead with the release. Well, first it went fine. It quickly turned sour as balloons came rushing back down, polluting their lakes, flooding their freeways, causing multiple car crashes, and causing the city to have to shut down their airport because planes were having trouble landing and taking off. I mean, just look at this mess. It looks horrifying. Guinness did give them a world record, but only for 1 year, taking it away and ending the category altogether so that nothing like this would happen again. And Disney released slightly over 1.5 million balloons in 1994, and today they hold the unofficial record anyway.
Screenshot it.
The balloon nightmare of '86. Back in Cleveland, Ohio in 1986, an attempt to break a world record went horribly wrong. The world record for
Big 25.
Starbucks logo explained? The history is actually kind of disturbing. And besides, you can't tell me that you've never felt weirded out by this logo before. Anyway, Starbucks was founded in 1971, and the creators knew they had to have a recognizable logo. So they chose this. I'm censoring it so YouTube doesn't age restrict this, but yeah, she's not wearing a top. Most people think that she's some sort of queen or a mermaid, or that this is a sunset of sorts, when in reality they're the extension of her tail. But she's not a mermaid, she's a siren. What's the difference? Well, if you've seen Pirates of the Caribbean 4, then you know that sirens are basically evil mermaids whose purpose is to enchant you, mesmerize you, and then kill you. But obviously this was just a coincidence, right? No. The creator of the logo outright admitted that yes, that was why he chose it, because sirens pull you in and don't let you go, which is exactly what the founders wanted their coffee shop to do. Besides the smells and the never-ending caffeine addiction that comes with it. I'm horrified. And that's Starbucks logo explained? The history is actually kind of disturbing. And besides, you can't... Why is Florida so crazy? We've all seen the Florida Man meme. Basically, every single day a new headline comes out about something insane a Florida man has done. Such as a guy who tried trading a live gator for beer. Or this guy who tried kidnapping a scientist so he could make his dog live forever, which is valid, actually. But what's the deal with all these articles? Well, believe it or not, it's not because everyone in Florida is crazy. Okay, maybe a few people are a little out there, but it's actually mostly because of Florida's intense public records laws, called sunshine laws, which means that it's really easy for people to get access to Florida's police incident reports. And news organizations basically have an infinite money generator. They keep pumping out these stories. What else? The news articles include not only the 21 million people that live there, but they also include the 126 million visitors each year as Florida men. Obviously, it's not just Florida that has crazy people. There are crazy people everywhere, and if everywhere had Florida's public record laws, the Florida Man meme wouldn't exist. Because people would just realize that there's a lot of weirdos everywhere, which is fine in my opinion. Weird is fun. Normal is boring, as long as you don't hurt people. But now you know. Why is Florida so crazy? We've all seen the Florida Man meme. Basically, every single day a new headline comes out about something insane a Florida man has done. Such as a guy who tried trading a live gator for beer, or this guy who tried kidnapping a scientist. How safe is flying? Are you afraid of getting on an airplane because you've seen one too many plane crashes on movies or TV shows? Or maybe you've seen Final Destination one more time than you should have? How safe really is flying? Well, let me tell you. There have been just about 83,000 crashes since 1982. While I'm not downplaying how tragic that is, do you realize how small that number really is? There are 100,000 flights every single day. There are countless numbers of safety regulations, precautions, yada yada. Listen, want to know what the most dangerous part of flying is? It's not the takeoff or the landing or the boarding or whatever. It's the drive to the airport. Yes, the car ride. The annual risk for an American to die in a car crash is 1 in 5,000, while the annual risk for an American to die in a plane crash is 1 in 11 million. So that plane ride you're afraid to go on, I'm going to read your future right now, and you'll be fine. And hey, if I'm wrong and you do die in a plane crash, come back to this video and let me know, and you can have my YouTube channel. But now you know. How safe is flying? Are you afraid of getting on an airplane? Is Clone Riggy dead? I've seen comments on every single short. People spamming me on every live stream Saturday over and over again with the same comment. Clone Riggy is alive. Even funnier, check behind the graph paper. So you know what? Let's settle this here and now. Riggy?
Of course he's dead. Get over yourselves.
Thank you. And as for the graph paper, look, there's nothing back here except for... what? Okay, Riggy, seriously? Another prank?
Dano?
What?
I didn't do this.
What do you mean you didn't? What? What's this recruitment day? The 23rd? That's in just...
Okay, I see what's going on here. Rosie, is this you? Or, Rory? Wait, that's not Rory. Well, whatever. I'm sure it's somebody who's just slipped out of Toonville and they're just playing a prank for revenge on me.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, just look at your fight footage. Obviously, you killed, Riggy, you did kill him, right?
Well, yeah, look, he...
Hold on, we have to look at this. Well, now you know. Is Clone Riggy dead? I've seen comments on every single short. People spamming me on every live stream What does Yacht, Skibbity, Phantom Tax, and Rizzler mean? I am 19 years old, but when I heard all of these brand new young people terms, I felt 80. When I was in middle school, we invented words like lit, which means cool, spill the tea, which means telling secrets, and sus, which is suspicious. All of these kind of make sense, but now you guys are just going off the deep end. Riz made sense at first, because it's basically short for charisma. And if you can pick up a girl, then you have Riz. But the Rizzler sounds like a deleted McDonald's mascot. Yacht is just another word for thick, juicy, yeah. Skibbity somehow means evil, but You're So Phantom Tax makes no sense. Because apparently a phantom tax is supposed to be like when your friend steals a french fry as a food tax. So not only is your generation making just insane words, you're not even using them right. In all seriousness, though, I laugh at the dumbest things, so all of these just kind of made me chuckle. I'm glad I'm not a boomer, though, because if I was anywhere over 30 and had children, I would begin thinking my kids are talking in code about how to kill someone. But you know what? True Rizzlers subscribe, and if you don't, you're Skibbity. Okay, now I'm gonna go light myself on fire. But now you know. What does Yacht, Skibbity, Phantom Tax, and Rizzler mean?
At least you're finally not saying I'm a man-child
Can a
anymore.
goose destroy the universe? Obviously, everyone knows that the most dangerous creature in the world
Is me.
is not a goose. But could it destroy the universe? Yes. Let me explain. There's tons of ways a simple creature can be responsible for the death of humanity. Even if the goose wasn't evil or trying to kill everybody, it still could do a number of things. Like maybe it gets a mutation and spreads the virus to everyone. Or maybe it can attack a campsite and accidentally knock over a log from a campfire and set a forest fire that fails to be contained and burns up everything. Or even a small thing such as knocking over a plant can have huge effects because of something called the butterfly effect. The idea that even the tiniest change can have a big impact. We just live in a complex society where one tiny thing can set off a chain reaction of destruction. Although, what if the goose actually were evil? What if its one goal was just to wreak as much havoc as possible? Well, that's exactly what happens in Untitled Goose Game. You just play as a goose who tries to make everybody's life miserable. And I'm streaming it today.
See you there.
Click the play it down here or check it out in my channel tab. Now you know. Can a goose destroy the universe? I got recognized in public for the first time. Yesterday, Saturday, November 18th, I got recognized in public for the very first time by a fan. And I'm gonna cry. She was genuinely so sweet. She was staring at me across the restaurant for a while because I think she wasn't sure if it was me or not. Probably because I wasn't shaved and I looked exhausted from streaming. But eventually she came over and said, "You look like Dano draws." We took a picture and I made sure to tell her how great it was to meet her. But because I was so caught off guard / excited / awkward, I forgot to ask her name. All I know is that she looked like this and I wanted to say thank you. You made my day and I appreciate you. And for everyone else, hi, I look like this, I live in California, and if you recognize me, come say hi. I'd genuinely love to meet you. We can even take a picture if you want to go brag to your friends that you met the real Dano Draws. And then they'll be like, who? And then you'll be like, the guy that talks to the rabbit monk. And then they'll be like, I get it. Seriously though, I promise I'm cool. I'm a little tall, but other than that, I'm not scary. But anyway, that's how I got recognized in public for the first time. The largest fireworks in the world? Something about a colorful explosion in the air is absolutely magical all on its own. But as always, someone took a cool idea and blew it way out of proportion. Bad pun, sorry. Well, there's some fireworks that are just a massive explosion, like this one, which looks like a bomb was just dropped, or this world record, which is just a really big firework, or this other really massive firework from Japan, which is just beautiful. But the coolest ones in history are these. Just watch as it goes up. One small firework, right? Nope. As it splits into tons of these extra explosions, which then split into these. Not only is it just absolutely gorgeous, but it also looks like the portal scene from Avengers Endgame.
Just be careful where you aim them.
But now you've seen the largest fireworks in the world. Something about a colorful explosion in the air.
They might go off.
YouTube algorithm explain. YouTube algorithm is viewed as many different things to many different people. To some, it's an angel who carefully hand-plucked their video and brought them to fame. To others, it's like a demon who enjoys torture.
And to some, it's a mountain to be conquered. Just 2 days.
But what really is the algorithm, and why do so many people like or
There is some
dislike it? Well, most people know that it collects all the info about what you've watched and recommends channels based on that, which is why it's so hard for small YouTubers to grow, because YouTube doesn't know what type of content they have. So, if you're looking to be a YouTuber, how do you hack the algorithm? Well, in reality, you're not playing the algorithm, you're just adapting to the audience. Beastie said it best when he said you need to replace this word with this word. So many people try thinking, what does the algorithm want? Instead, what does the audience want? I'll admit, even I've slipped into this mentality sometimes. I'm not going to mention that short. But you just need to focus on making the best videos you can make, not just what topics are popular right now. And remember, not only is the algorithm always changing, also sometimes it gives old content new chances. So as long as you stay consistent and keep trying, chances are one day the algorithm will be in your favor. But that's the YouTube algorithm explained. YouTube algorithm is
15 minutes left.
the name of the Riggy series revealed. Finally, after such a long wait and months of teasing, I can finally release the name. I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you for being patient. Seriously, though, navigating the American trademark and legal system is like being blindfolded trying to perform open heart surgery on a rabbit monkey whose anatomy doesn't make any sense. Seriously, Riggy, why do you have bones in your ears?
I'm a cartoon. I don't have to make sense. Now stop stalling.
All right. And to make up for how long it's taken me to announce the name, I have a full poster ready too. And the name is...
Wait.
Yes?
Are you sure we can't name it Riggy's dramatic / funny story-driven, slightly mature adventure with the overarching theme of guilt and destiny, also known as Ridifistis Matodagad?
Too long. What about two?
Let's go.
Toon Term, coming January 2024. Probably. It might get delayed in February or March at the latest, but definitely before summer.
But now you know. The name of the Riggy series revealed finally... Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night I can feel my leg. Riggy!
What?
Oh my gosh, I am not letting you write any more scripts.
What's wrong with
You
it?
gave me the script for Metal Gear Solid. Okay, I need a cookie. I'm gone.
Fine.
The age of
I'll do
building
this short
is
on my
like
own.
11. Series
How
1
many
is
people can you
11.
kill with a pencil? You're alive! I knew it! No, you
Does
didn't.
it
Don't
return?
lie. I thought about it maybe being a possibility. Alright, whatever. Round 2. But... Today's the day, boys and girls. The boss's plan is here. He's got a brand new channel.
Yeah, I know those whispers.
YouTube. Go watch his shorts and subscribe. And if you want to be part of his conquest, scan this to join our Discord and join the front lines of the Shorts Wars. Phase 1 starts soon, so be ready.
Turn this
What the?
further
Where
down.
am I?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer every night. Lying loose in Italy? Wait, whoa, Riggy, what happened to your head?
Huh? I don't know. Maybe it was...
Was what?
What are we talking about?
Oh, whatever. Earlier this week, an entire town in Italy was shut down for 7 hours while a lion prowled the streets. Luckily, it was captured and no one was harmed. But what's crazy is that this isn't the first time it's happened. Sometimes animals escape zoos, sure. But usually, animal threats come from circuses. As historically, animals have gone through a lot of rough conditions and outright abuse, causing them to run wild all over the globe. Personally, I've never liked circuses anyway, especially freaky clowns. You know what, didn't you even fight a clown once, Riggy?
Who are you?
What the? Are you okay?
Yeah, Dave, I'm fine.
Riggy, are you... Okay, I'm calling Rosie. Hold on, let me turn the camera off. But now you know, or whatever. Seriously, Riggy, what is going on?
I'm a potato.
Lying loose in Italy?
He's talking
whoa,
over
Riggy, what happened to
you.
your head?
Huh?
Try
I don't know.
reading
Maybe
it.
it was...
No.
What?
What are we talking about?
Oh, earlier this week, an entire town in Italy was shut down for 7 hours while a lion prowled the streets. Riggy's in the hospital? Yeah, you heard me right. He got a concussion. How, you might ask? Well, first some
Oh my
backstory.
God,
Riggy has been in charge
11
of quality
minutes.
control in my shorts for the past
So
couple months.
close.
I had started streaming and he got a raise, so we agreed it would be fair if he was the one who actually started rewatching and reviewing the shorts we recorded for the day to make sure there's no mistakes or camera glitches or whatever, and then uploading it. But apparently he hasn't been doing his job because in a bunch of my shorts, guess who's back?
Ooh.
For those of you that missed it, this freak of nature tried stealing my channel and he's just kind of creepy. We thought he was dead, but apparently not. I haven't even seen all the shorts with him in it yet, but today we're going live and we're gonna find out just what the heck is going on with Clone Riggy, the boss, whatever. No game this week, just me and you guys getting to the bottom of this. Check the playhead down here and check out my channel's live tab. But hey, make sure to wish Riggy a speedy recovery because Riggy's in the hospital? Yeah, you heard me right. He got a concussion. How, you might ask? Well, first some backstory. Riggy has been in charge of quality control in my shorts for the past couple months. I had started streaming and he got a raise, so we agreed it would be fair if he was the one who actually started rewatching and The drama in movies makes no sense. Since Ricky is still recovering from his concussion
need to,
the other day,
make
got me
a
thinking,
whole
well, he's a rabbit monkey and a cartoon and has a weird anatomy that doesn't conform to our human physics. Most humans in movies should be medically accurate, right? Like how sometimes a hero will get knocked out and then wake up fine a few hours later.
Screenshots.
How do banks make money? Before we actually do this short, though, everybody give a special thanks to Ricky's girlfriend, Rosie,
Rosie.
for filling in for him while he's recovering.
Anything for my honey bunny funky monkey. Look at how cute he is.
Sure. But anyway, thanks for filling in.
Good. Almost 10 minutes.
So basically,
We're so
close. They let other people borrow the money.
It's
When
6
these other people pay the money
degrees.
back, they have to pay extra, which is the profit the bank then takes. Wow, pretty simple, I guess. And that's...
You had to get Ricky's dumb girlfriend to fill in for him?
So you're the one that hurt my Riggy.
Guilty as charged, bitch. What the...
So you can bleed. And take this. And this.
Back off, woman. Wow, I can see why you and Ricky are together. You're both
The
insane.
document
Someone
about
like you
your
hurt someone
redemption.
I care about.
You want
And
redemption, you don't have a
this for
redemption.
self-defense.
Wait, Rosie!
Sorry, Dano. I'm not resting until he's dead. I'll be back with his head one day.
Back with his head? What do you... and once again, I have no mascot. Well, I guess now you know. How do banks make money? Before we actually do this short, though... A candy bar company is trying to start drama, and it's hilarious. Think of the greatest wars in history. Team Iron Man versus Team Cap, Plants versus Zombies, Dogs versus Cats, Gif versus Jif, Riggy versus Head Trauma, and now finally we have Team Left Twix versus Team Right Twix. Huh? So basically, if you're unaware, Twix is definitely one of the candy bars of all time. It's not up there with M&M's or Beastie or that one chocolate bar I had in Ireland that one time, but some people still like it, I guess. And the company is now desperately trying to get a massive internet debate going on about which Twix is better, the left one or the right one, even though they both taste the same. Literally. The company has admitted that there is no difference. It is genuinely just a sad attempt at getting people to talk about their candy, and it's honestly kind of cringe, I'm not gonna lie. They've been trying for a while, but it seems like nobody really cares, because no one cares. Just another company trying out a strange marketing strategy because they think they know how the internet works. Although, to be fair, people on Twitter can argue about anything, so. But now you know. A candy bar company is trying to start... Why are bagels dangerous? And no, not in the Facebook mom way of saying,
Why, did you know that bagels secretly give you a disease?
no, I'm saying somehow
There's
bagels
still
are
8 minutes.
physically
8
dangerous.
minutes
Because
left.
apparently injuries from bagels
We're
are
so
so
close.
common that hospitals have a special name for them called
That's
BRI,
really
or bagel-related
mascots.
injuries. With as many as 2,000 Americans being sent to a hospital annually for something related to a bagel. The most
His
common
head,
BRI, though,
like
people
having
trying to
brain
cut frozen
damage.
bagels
If
and
one of
failing
my
and
mascots,
slicing their fingers
it
instead.
hurt.
Wait, what?
I can
Ricky,
just
you're healed?
get
Yep,
another.
I'd say I'm 95% pineapple now.
What?
I'd say I'm 85% okay now. Still having a couple brain glitches every now and then, but other than that, we should be awesome.
Okie dokie. Well, anyway, next time you see a bagel, remember that Riggy!
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, my depth perception is a little off. We're good. Keep going.
Next time you see a bagel, oh my gosh!
Because I
Still
need the
fine.
pack.
Why are bagels dangerous? And no, not in the Facebook mom way of saying. Riggy is back! But is he healed? My shorts definitely feel like they've been lacking without my mascot. And in the last short, Riggy finally came back before getting knocked in the head with a bagel. But before we get back to our regular shorts, let's give you a checkup and make sure your brain is 100%, okay? Art skills. Check. Engineering. Check. Guitar skills. Since when can you play guitar?
Since always?
And that's horrible. Alright. And memory. What's your girlfriend's name?
Rosie.
Biggest fear.
Lucky being right.
What happened yesterday?
Pasta Man gave me a box.
Man, you were doing so good. Ah, well, I think you're 60% okay at least. So we can work with this.
Sounds good. See y'all tomorrow. Oof.
What is that?
Not sure. Doesn't look too important, though.
What do you mean it doesn't look important? It's got Clone Riggy on it.
What? That's Pasta Man.
Okay. Riggy is back. But is he healed? My shorts definitely feel...
Was it like in the Big
Is the boss
25?
evil? In case you missed it, a couple months
I
ago,
know.
there was this troll who tried hacking into
Sure,
and
it's
stealing my
10
channel, as well as a
We'll
couple
come
other
back
YouTubers
at
in an
10 in the
attempt to send a
morning.
twisted message about YouTube Shorts being filled with slop, as he so lovingly put it. But now he has his own channel, and he's making motivational content that honestly doesn't look like he's hurting anyone. Some of the others think he's still a villain, but to me, he seems chill and...
Dano,
That
you might
just
want to
seems
shut up.
wild.
So you know that shareholder meeting that your
Makes
attention
sense.
span is too
Crazy.
short for? Well, in the end, he kind of kills everyone.
Oh, well, at least...
Also, he became a reaction YouTuber.
Well, some reaction YouTubers are fine.
No, he's a shorts reaction YouTuber, which means he just points.
Okay, so basically he's on par with Thanos and Darth Vader in terms of villainy. Good to know.
Sorry. There's also something else I discovered. Here, I'll text it to you.
Seriously? Well, I guess you can join the stream today for part 2 of investigating the boss. But also, I'm gonna play Wii Sports because I need to chill after all of this. Click the playhead down here or check out the channel's live tab. But now you know. Is the boss evil? In case you missed it, a couple months. Why do people lie, and how often do they do it? Well, most lies can fall into a few categories. Lies to protect ourselves, either from judgment or consequences, such as saying, no,
it's
I didn't
almost
steal
at
the cookies
5
from the jar.
minutes.
Lies to protect others, also known as white lies, such as, oh, that dress definitely isn't hard to look at. Or lies to deceive others, either for personal gain or for malicious intent, such as, I don't know, lying about having your channel taken over when in reality you're the one taking over everyone's channels. But the facts about lying are insanely scary. When you have a relationship with anyone, whether partner or friend, statistically, people lie around 10% on average when they are far into the relationship. But when the relationship first begins, apparently as much as 50% of the information you give them about yourself is an extension of the truth. The truth is, most people just accept that lying is a part of their lives. A lot of people find it morally acceptable to lie about being sick to get out of work, or to lie to their loved ones about small things. But all this really does is make their trust in you uneasy over time.
Fix past UFC smash.
Why do people lie, and how often do they do it? Well, most lies can fall into a few categories. Lies to protect ourselves, either from judgment or consequences, such as saying, no, I didn't steal the cookies from the jar. Lies to protect others, also known as white lies, such as, oh, that dress definitely isn't hard to look at. Or lies to deceive others, either for personal gain or for malicious intent, such as, I don't know, lying about having your channel taken over when in reality you're the one taking over everyone's channels. But the facts about lying are insanely scary. When you have a relationship with anyone, whether partner or friend, statistically, people lie around 10% on average when they are far into the relationship. But when the relationship first begins, apparently as much as 50% of the information you give them about yourself is an extension of the truth. The truth is, most people just accept that lying is a part of their lives. A lot of people find it morally acceptable to lie about being sick to get out of work, or to lie to their loved ones about small things. But all this really does is make their trust in you uneasy over time. But now you know.
It's that the countdown is.
Is Johnny Razor evil? Okay, so basically, if you missed my stream on Saturday, I found a lot of evidence about Johnny Razor being the boss. A hacker/troll that's taken over a bunch of YouTube channels in the past and is now just stealing content for nothing other than trying to brainwash an audience. But can it actually be Johnny? Well, I have no idea. Johnny and I have been friends for a while now, and I just gotta tell you, I don't see it in it. But also, what do I know? Apparently, C.com is helping out the boss, who was my Pikmin brother, and Preston is friends with Clone Riggy. So maybe Johnny is the boss.
Dano?
What?
Pasta Man said his name is Preston now.
No. Failure name is Preston.
Nah, I'm just telling you what he said.
I'm not calling him that, but to be fair, I am sick of calling him Clone Riggy, so from now on, I'll just call him CR. Wait, is he wearing Johnny's merch? Okay, I give up. All of these people who I thought were my friends are turning out to... Wait, did you hear that?
Hear what?
I thought Never mind. Anyway, Johnny is apparently streaming today to investigate who the boss is. You can bet I'll be there watching every second of it.
Yeah, we'll see if Waffle Man really is innocent or not.
Honestly, I want to trust him, but I'm just left wondering... Is Johnny Razor evil? Okay, so basically, if you missed my stream on Saturday, I found a lot of evidence about Johnny Razor being the boss. A hacker/troll that's taken over a bunch of YouTube channels in the past and is now just stealing content for nothing other than trying to brainwash an audience. But can it actually be Johnny? Well... Why we don't store lightning for energy? You always hear people talking about an energy crisis and how we're running out of ways to produce energy as fossil fuels are being depleted. So why not just use lightning and harness it for electricity? You can do that with solar panels. So exactly why can't we do that with lightning? Well, simply put, lightning is too strong and too fast. Regular batteries need to be charged over a period of time. And even though they've been getting faster, it's nowhere near capable of harnessing the 50,000 amps of a lightning strike within microseconds. But even if we were to manage finding a way to harness it, there's complex issues like some bolts having a positive charge and some having a negative charge, with no real way to predict it as of now. So all in all, even if we were to hold a metal rod to the sky, the truth is, it might not even be worth it. But now you know. Why we don't store lightning for energy? You always hear people talking about an energy crisis and how we're running out of ways to produce energy as fossil fuels are being depleted. So why not just use lightning and harness it for electricity? You can do that with solar panels. So exactly why can't we do that with lightning? Well, simply put, lightning is too strong and too fast. Regular batteries need to be charged over a period of time. And even though they've been getting faster, it's nowhere near capable of harnessing the 50,000 amps of a lightning strike within microseconds. But even if we were to manage finding a way to harness it, there's complex issues like some bolts having a positive charge and some having a negative charge. No real way to predict it as of now. So all in all, even if we were to hold a metal rod to the sky, the truth is, it might not even be worth it. But now you know. Why we don't store lightning for energy? You always hear people talking about an energy crisis and how we're running out of ways to produce energy as fossil fuels are being depleted. So why not...
Squeakers now called Lord. Shut the fuck.
How many bugs are hiding in your house? Everything from spiders, centipedes, worms. What? What's wrong?
Ugly.
You're afraid of worms?
freaky looking. They have no legs or eyes, and it just looks like someone's intestines. I just hate it.
Okay, new canon Riggy Lord.
No, don't add this to the canon.
You said it.
Cut this out. I don't want people to know.
Okay, sure, I will. Anyway, apparently there's actually at least hundreds of bugs in any house at any given time, no matter how clean it is. They can find corners and cabinets to hide in, not to mention sneaking into walls. But most of them are pretty harmless. Just make sure to evict any termites or ants. They can cause damage to the house. Cockroaches, they can carry diseases, bedbugs, certain spiders, and certain centipedes. They can all pose a small health danger to you and your home. But yeah, it's really easy for them to hide around. Okay, seriously, what is that noise?
What noise do you keep talking about? Are you crazy?
Honestly, I'm sorry.
1 minute left.
How many bugs are hiding in your house? Everything from spiders, centipedes, worms.
Until the first quarter of the 2000s.
GTA 6 has finally been announced, but there's a couple problems. One, the trailer was going to be premiered on the morning of December 5th, but it was leaked a day early, so Rockstar decided to drop the official trailer. Honestly, it's probably for the best though, because while the premiere would have been record-breaking, it also most likely would have broken YouTube, just like how Steve broke Twitter when he was announced for Smash. Second, the game is confirmed for PS5 and Xbox Series S, but not PC. And the creators of the game, Rockstar, have done this before. Red Dead Redemption 2 took a year for the PC port, and GTA 5 took 2 years. All this really is an attempt to get you to buy the game twice. And it's kind of scummy, I'm not gonna lie.
Who cares? Just be like me. Do GTA in real life. The adrenaline is the real fun part.
Okay, no, everyone, I feel like I have to say this. Do not steal cars in real life.
Happy New Year! Oh my god! It's New Year's! It's 2026! Oh my god! It hasn't been 2026. Shut the fuck. Even though time zones exist. Oh my god. Oh my god. And just because it's New Year's, I'm gonna turn indigo. Because it's New Year's. I'm so sure. Guess I'll get out indigo. Yay. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is crazy. I'm gonna put the long BRB. So we are on what went wrong with GTA 6. So yeah, I'm gonna put the long BRB on. I will be back later. Enjoy some music while you wait. Subscribe. So yeah, I will be back to wait for BFDI. Let me find music. Put Streamlabs right here. Let me close Opera and then like bring it back. Oh my god, fireworks. Holy shit. Fireworks. Okay. YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Load. Load. Fucking load. Okay. Oh my god, notifications. Okay. Those are stupid. Okay. Okay, this is magical error OST. not it. That is not it. Why is this is so short? It's supposed to be 45 video hours. Okay. Put this on loop. Okay. And put it down here. And also, just like old times, put sub count, because yes, upper GX. YouTube Studio channel dashboard. Okay. We did the live count. Analytics. Oh my god, that thing still works. See live count. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go to sleep. So, yeah, feel free to spam the damn chat if, like, the damn whatever episode comes out. I'm gonna predict IDFB remake, but, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep. So, yeah. Delete this. And there we go. Here's display capture. Here we go. Boom. Display capture. Okay. Let's see how laggy my computer still is. If it is. What the hell? Is my computer laggy? Okay. Okay, I do need new graphics drivers too. But, okay. Not that laggy. Okay. Just a little bit. Oh, there are two now. There are two operas. Oh my fucking god. Close. Oh. Oh, okay. Is that both window captures. Okay. Okay. Oh. Just buy a tablet. The dual fold. It's not a trifold. So I'm not going in a trifold. You don't give a shit. Dragon Jellyfy 10K watch. That's crazy.
So
Marker the green with 17,628 votes. Gee, the green. Pen the green. I'm not green. See? Even I'm shocked. And the contestant site is green with 15,529 votes. Pen, you are out with 13,455 votes. What? Votes. Pen, you are
out with 13,455 pounds. What? I'm out? I thought I would do better.
Come on, Pin. It's not about winning. It's about having fun. You had fun, right?
I suppose I just feel so disappointed. I thought I could be a good leader. Maybe BFDIA was a fluke. Maybe I really can't do this without Coiny.
That's not true, Pin. You made it this far, didn't you?
And this team wouldn't have been the same without you.
Yeah, Pin. You're the one who stepped up in the first place, and you helped us win, remember?
I guess that's true. I really have enjoyed being part of this team. Tree, I wanted to thank you for being nice to me during that whole end of the world thing. I was feeling so alone, and...
Of course, Pin. You're one of us. A Pector to the end.
Are you forgetting something?
No?
Not everything sucks me, Pen. This token is an advantage, but it can't be used till the merge. You're out, so you can't keep it. Give it to a special player of choice.
For me? Pin, thank you.
Okay. How do I restart my computer? Because it's like lagging so much. How do I do? How do I pause a screen? Wait, how do you do that? Settings. How do you pause the screen? Okay, let's see. The pause on the clip. Right. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, for viewers. Twitch, YouTube, look for a stream rewind feature with Twitch. Or use VODs, using on demand. Shuffle, start replay buffer. Schedule streaming. Most performance window. Stream quality is good. I don't know if this is a wait. No. I don't know if this is a thing. But I know it used to work. I could restart my computer. Oh wait. Maybe I just have to there we go. Oh, why is it not gone? Come on.